Perfecto. Los básicos de repente también fallan. Sean todas muy bienvenidas y bienvenidos a este seminario internacional para el mundo del trabajo libre de violencia y acoso en Chile, convenio 190 OIT. Este seminario internacional está siendo transmitido vía streaming y también en inglés. Queremos darle la bienvenida a todas y a todos, como les decía anteriormente, en especial a nuestras autoridades y a todas las personas que nos acompañan el día de hoy. Empezando por nuestra autoridad Claudio Reyes, subsecretario de Previsión Social, muy bienvenido. Patricia Roa, oficial de programación, oficina de la OIT para el Cono Sur de América Latina. Gabriela Rosero, jefa de la oficina ONU Mujeres Chile. Señor Michael Gort, embajador de Canadá, bienvenido. Cristian Umaña, subdirector de la Dirección del Trabajo. Jimena Rivilla, secretaria ejecutiva de Chile Valora. Patricio Coronado, director del IPS. Pamela Gana, superintendencia de Seguridad Social. Marco Canales, seremi del Trabajo y Previsión Social de la región metropolitana. David Acuña, presidente de la Central Unitaria de Trabajadores y Trabajadoras. También nos acompaña Gonzalo Bustos, representante de la Confederación de Comercio y Producción, comisionadas y comisionados de la Subcomisión Técnica de la Implementación del Convenio 190, dirigentes y dirigentes sindicales, representantes de grandes empresas y empresas de menor tamaño, y también especial saludo a los representantes de ministerios y servicios. Sean todos muy bienvenidos. El 12 de junio del presente año, Chile depositó el instrumento de ratificación del Convenio sobre la violencia y el acoso en el mundo del trabajo. Convenio 190. Chile es el 28º Estado miembro de la OIT en ratificar el convenio número 190 y también somos el 11º de América Latina y el Caribe. En este marco, la Unidad de Relaciones Internacionales y la Unidad de Género del Ministerio del Trabajo y Previsión Social y la Subcomisión de Implementación del Convenio 190 del Consejo Superior Laboral han elaborado el Seminario Internacional para un mundo del trabajo libre de violencia y acoso en Chile. Para dar la bienvenida, le queremos solicitar al subsecretario que por favor nos entregue unas palabras.
Muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Quiero especialmente saludar a quienes nos acompañan en este día.
Cristian Umaña, the Direction for Workers, Jimena Revillos, Chile Valora, Patricio Coronado as the Director of the IPS, Pamela Gana, Superintendent of Social Security, David Acuña for the CUT, Michael Canales for the Seremi of Work, and everyone who is present as the workers who are representing their specific groups who have also worked in the committees connected to the ratification of this agreement 190, the ratification of Convention 190. In the name of the Ministry of Work, and as well as the directors, I'm very proud to say, to participate in this conference. This activity, as we have said, has a framework and is recognizing as a period of implementation for the ratification of Convention 190, which President Gabriel Boric has ratified the 8th of March of this year, and making us part of this international tool that approaches harassment in work and also incorporating harassment within gender. A year after emitting this, a paperwork that was also mentioned and done by the July of this year. And starting from July of 2024, this will be completely in vigor. Specifically, we are here as a country to review and implement all of the measures that are necessary to acquire and achieve and to generate a work environment without violence, without harassment, with no discrimination, whether it is violence, sexual orientation, religious, or political. We need to have productive spaces that at the same time have respectful conditions for everyone. This is fundamental to be able to eradicate any type of violence or discrimination. This work, we need to do this not only from the state, but we also need to do this in a tripartisan effort with the participation of workers, organizations, so that this can work and last for a lifetime. To participate as a state, this agreement assigns us a role to respect, promote, and adapt an inclusive focus integrated with orientation that includes everyone in a world of free work and free of violence and harassment to prevent violence around work. We have made some advances. Last Monday, we continued in the Congress the discussions with this law that is modifying this law
más conocido como
and the sanctions of harassment in work, which is named Law Garin, that is coming from the Senate. And today at 12:30, they will begin to approve the last one. Unfortunately, this bill also was born in the context through measures that are being adopted because of suicide through a health worker who was harassed in her space of work. And unfortunately, that's what happened. So now we are having norms regarding the dates and where we have to see the work inspection coming to force and have this norm and modify this bill and establish obligations and eventually sanctions for the employers that do not adapt these measures when they have this type of harassment, whether from the reception, the report, up until the until we should have the firing or the resignation of these employees when these behaviors are being shown. We are also establishing that the employers should give information of this employee for the promotion of these channels to create correct reports and also look at the conditions and the possibilities that exist within future violence or harassment or violence in the workplace. But advancing in these legislative routes is only just one side. We also have to advance in cultural changes, behavioral changes, which is necessary in this case for the improvement of everyone that is here, that is watching through our streaming. And it's also necessary to have instances of tripartisanship. And in the labor force, we obviously know of this phenomenon. This, alongside harassment at work, are threats for security and health within the spaces. And they are obviously a violation of human rights and having a decent and safe workspace. The implementation of this convention, looking at the national standards and having policies for prevention for harassment and violence at work within companies, adapting measures to inform and training adequately for all the workers, and incorporating the perspective of gender in the processes of investigation and research, and also the strengthening of the direction of work and the superintendence of Social Security in these materials. These challenges should be approached from from the social dialogue in a building that we are doing together with workers, employees, employers, companies to advance in the eradication of violence and harassment in the labor space, as has been the spirit permanently through the Ministry of Work and Prevention. What we want to do with this seminar is to find and listen to the experiences in other countries that have already ratified this ratification of Convention 190, and also look at the dialogue and the spaces, looking at it regionally and internationally, and also practical practices that will be able to bring us to advance in the challenges that this convention will bring us. I hope everyone is welcome, and I hope it will be a very productive day.
Muchas gracias, subsecretario.
Thank you so much, Undersecretary. As you mentioned, the goal is to observe other experiences from other countries, and that's why we would like to salute the representative of the Ministry of Work from Argentina, Uruguay, Canada, all the persons that are connecting. It's a pleasure to have you. We would also like to salute Karen Palma from the unit of the CUT, Unitary Workers Union, and also Marcos Lesca, representatives of small companies. Patricia Roa, official of programmation of the Department of Women for the Southern Cone of Latin America. The floor is yours.
Buenos días a todas y todos.
Good morning to everyone. As there was an extensive invitation, as our Undersecretary mentioned and our moderator already saluted, I would like to address some words from our office to the President of the Undercommission of Labor Relationship, Karen Palma. I would like to highlight the exercise that we are being called. Since 12th of June 2023, the state of Chile has committed the implementation of the Convention 190, and we had to make an examination altogether to have everyone a very good number 7 best note when we start with the implementation. And Palma, she has been mandated of the council, whose president is present this morning, to initiate these recommendations of having effective implementation of the convention. And I'm telling this because for the ILO, this convention and all the other conventions are adopted in a tripartite way. Therefore, the countries ratified them in a tripartite way. A convention is always from the ILO and the fruit of an agreement and debate in order to reach a context of a tripartite debate. So it's luckily in this tripartite space, which is led by Karen Palma from the Unitary Workers Union, in this exercise, extensive exercise, led by this commission and also by the Confederation of Manufacturing and Trade and other confederations, which going to be the recommendations for an effective implementation of the convention. I'm telling this because it's important that it's a convention of the 100 years of our republic. It's a challenging convention because on behalf of ILO, which has created so much expectation in the world of workers, it shouldn't be only in a library on a shelf to contemplate. It should be a live agreement. And this agreement also puts in tension some things which have been present in our history of the world of workers. and I would like to highlight three of them, which challenges us deeply. The first is the concept of violence, which is something that we need to learn all together. Which is this concept of violence? Which are his implicancies, his impacts, and how it challenges the world of workers, that each one needs to comply with a certain role. It's not only the government, the government is important, but it's not the only responsible. It's all the workers, the directives, the employers, the different leaders in the union world, the violence and the commitment that each of the stakeholders needs to commit and engage with an alive conventions. And the second new component is that convention from Geneva is that all the participants with their voice and vote should arise their view and be aware about what the world of workers is. It's not only your chair in your office or your position in a fabric. Especially after the pandemic, the world of work is a world, it's a broad world, and it's not far away. It's something that we are living in. So the second challenge is to protect all the workers, and including also the people that work in leading position, that this is something new and challenging. And I'm certain that in this path, knowing about different experiences from other countries, Chile is the world 28, number 28 and number 11 in Latin America. And we have other countries that leading this, and they can share their learnings and the main difficulties, share their learnings in the upcoming panels with us. And I would like to finish that with this convention, even though we have a specific theme, it renews the working agreements, putting in the center the worker, the person. We have been discussing about artificial intelligence, and it's important not to lose the focus and how we're going to work in the future, the value of the human beings. And this convention has this vital component to put the people into the focus, the human being, especially in a relevant position. So as officials from ILO, together with Sergio Pachao, we're very proud that this last convention of the ILO has this compromise with the human beings, that a lot of times we forget it, being in this modern context and in different speeches. But this seminar leader by the subcommission mandated for this topic, it's going to be a very successful seminar in order to have in future days some recommendations for us, together with the stakeholders of the world of work, the different unions and confederations. And the Secretary, I'm certain you're going to have special attention in order to implement those recommendations. So thank you very much.
Como bien se mencionaba,
as we have been mentioning, we have a lot of stakeholders in order to have a successful process for the implementation. And one of these stakeholders, José Manuel Díaz, President of the Superior Commission of Work. We would like to give him a warm welcome, and he is part of this process. In order to continue with the words, we would like to invite now Gabriela Rosero. She is the president of the Office of Women of the UN.
Aló, sí. Aló, si no entregaba a Patricia de vuelta, no me podían. No, bueno.
So, good morning for everyone. Firstly, I would like to thanks to have me especially to the Undersecretary of Social Welfare. Also, a salute to the Ambassador of Canada and Patricia Roa, colleague in the UN. And especially, why do I say that? I would like to highlight the words that the mandate that we have as an international organism in order to join the states to how the different experiences, best practices, and comparison in a comparative perspective can boost different processes in the region, can be shared. This mandate is very important when we share in this kind of dialogues and in the South-South cooperation. And I would like to recognize the Ministry of Work and Social Welfare to foster this initiative in order also to commemorate the elimination of violence against women and 16 days of activism, relevating this space free of violence and harassment stated by the UN. This year, we were lucky enough to have the Secretary of UN in the Chilean territory. So the focus is to invest in order to prevent violence. How companies and organizations are investing in healthy working spaces. The target is to address the states who are part of the convention and each of the stakeholders to adopt measures, commitments in program, in funding, in order to transform the space of free violence against women. We women understand that the ratification of this convention is a concrete measure to eradicate the violence of gender in the world of work. I would just like to mention, in a global level, the violence against women and children is general. It's one of the most general abuses of the human rights agreement. One of the 3 women has been victim of physical violence of their couples. Outside of the relationship, they also have been victims of violence. Also, the economical violence and the social restraint addresses the vulnerability of women, their physical and mental health, and the well-being of women in all their stages of their lives. That's why the economical violence and the equitative measures to have a certain change of the perspective and violence perspective of gender is very important to allow women to prevent abusive relationship.
Mentioning here
para que más países de América Latina y el Caribe puedan avanzar hacia la ratificación del convenio. Y ahí estoy teniendo hasta reproducción instantánea.
I'm hearing myself. So that's why, and specifically for the Chilean case, we would also like, as Women UN, to congratulate this ratification. This tool recognizes that violence and harassment also affects the quality of public services and can also stop from people, specifically women, to access the labor market, that they can retain in it or that they can advance professionally. And because of this, reasons of gender might affect, as it does, mainly women and girls. But I also want to leave this on the table and reflect over the importance that we have to generate these instances so that women can or need to go out into the world, that they can do this, considering the importance of advancing with these important subjects and topics. We need to understand the need for people that need care and that they can recognize this care as a job and that they can have the conditions to do that in a framework that is decent. And lastly, it will allow us for women to go into the labor market, have financial security, and also have economic success. I also also want to conclude here, and I also want to recognize the working women in Latin America, and we know that have been historically, through the years, have been the ones to support, to move the different types of actors because of the ratification through the states, and recognizing the importance of having important spaces free of violence and discrimination. And we are clearly advancing, even though we still have challenges, but we know that we are sustaining the basis towards a sustainable change that is necessary and positive, especially for women and girls in the region. Thank you so much.
Invitamos cordialmente al señor
We invite Michael Gort, Ambassador of Canada, so that he can give us some words.
Muy buenos días a todas y a todos. Me voy a sumar a los extensos vocativos.
I'm going to add on to these congratulations. I want to thank all of our friends and our colleagues who are accompanying us today. I want to thank the possibility of sharing some words in this seminar and talking with the vision of Canada's government in regards to the Convention 190 of the OIT. And we are very happy to participate actively in this event. Harassment and violence in the workspace is a global problem that is ever growing, and it is present in all countries, in all industrial sectors, and in all work as well. They reduce our dignity and equal opportunity and the access to a secure and safe work environment. They also represent a serious risk with a high cost for the victims and as well for the future performance of the company. Violence and harassment in the workspace should be a priority for government, employees, and also the workers. And having said this, in this bill, we also adapted the Agreement 190. This is the first international agreement that recognizes the right to have a safe and free of violence and harassment workspace that clearly states policies towards the prevention of violence and harassment in the workspace. This is an international agreement that is fundamental, and we are very proud for the role that the government of Canada and also the citizens through the negotiations that include having received the committee that negotiated this agreement in 2018 and 2019. We are also very happy that Chile has ratified this international instrument the 8th of March in this year in commemoration of International Women's Day. And actually the following day, the 9th of March, our two countries actually marked this day with where they met in Geneva and where they talked about the responsibility for all. We also want to congratulate the Subsecretary of Chile for their leadership, as we also want to congratulate the representatives of the National Congress who also approved this agreement with the majority. And for Canada, this is not just an act, a ceremonial act, but it's an expression for a deep connection in the basic right for security in the workspace. We are here committed to the implementation of this tool, of this instrument, and with the building of spaces that are safe, secure, and free of violence and harassment. The activity that has us here today gives us an example from the experts of the ministries in Argentina, Canada, Chile, Uruguay, and also as the committee, the Organization of Women and Feminist Organizations, academic institutions that will exchange perspectives and experiences towards the effective implementation of this agreement through a multi-factor perspective. I really wish you the best, and I hope that these results will give us a success that we need. Thank you, and good luck.
Muchas gracias, señor embajador.
Thank you,
También queremos invitar
Ambassador.
a quien recién saludó
And we also want to invite
el señor José Manuel
that
Díaz, presidente del Consejo Superior
Mr.
Laboral,
Señor
a quien nos
Díaz.
entregue unas palabras.
He will also give us some words.
Buenos días a todos y a todas.
Good morning to everyone.
En primer lugar, igual que los antecesores,
First
sumamos
place,
los vocativos de todas las autoridades y
I also want to
especialmente
add on to all the authorities and officials, especially
en esta ocasión.
to
Este
the
convenio
people who are here
nace
today.
del seno del diálogo
This
social
is
en el marco de la
rooted
Organización
in the
Internacional
social
del Trabajo,
conversation in the international framework.
ya sea a
The
nivel
social
mundial, pero también
dialogue,
en Chile, construye
whether
democracia,
it's in Chile or anywhere else, it includes democracy. It needs to have participation. It needs to have equal spaces and for interaction between everyone
espacio en este ámbito,
in
en el
the
ámbito laboral.
same
El
space,
convenio
in this
190
workspace. In the
nos
agreement
llaman a sumar
190,
responsabilidad a todos los actores que estamos involucrados,
we have
que
all
generamos
the
opiniones
responsibility
o demandas
of
sobre
all the people that are here that need
el
to
convenio
generate opinions
190
over this.
para que resguarde su
Agreement
espiritualidad,
190,
tiene que tener la responsabilidad
so
de
we
todos
need
los
to have the
actores, de
responsibility
todos los actores
of all the
encomendados. El convenio
stakeholders.
190 se concreta en la demanda
190
histórica de la lucha del movimiento sindical y
really
especialmente de las
is
compañeras
historical
El
that
embajador hacía
our
una
colleagues and our leaders and
vinculado
ambassador
al
was connected
objetivo
to
del convenio 190,
the
la
objective
expresión máxima
of the agreement
de lo
190.
que se
The
debe evitar en
maximum
cualquier
expression
lugar del mundo,
of
especialmente en
should be
Chile,
avoided in any place
se
in
dio
the
hace
world,
más de 100
especially in
años, el
Chile,
1 de marzo.
was done, was given in 100 years ago, the 8th of March, when in the United States, fabric workers working under horrible conditions that were harassed, discriminated just for wanting their basic rights. This is wanting to give an answer to that situation and also looking at the national reality. Within that, it is also important that spirituality that this 190 agreement has the national context. We are a country that is very creative, especially in the legislative aspects. We are very creative. I'm sure that we'll have a lot of initiatives that are born from this to generate or fill spaces for the regulation of Agreement 190. And that's where the responsibility is within the authorities to go and orient us and centralizing in that spirituality of 190 and all these aspects of life. In the workspace or in the labor market, we need to generate these correct spaces where the person who is denouncing and the denouncee has all the rights as far as finding the cause, or the person who is responsible, and also the correct sanctions to those who commit these acts. And within that, this generates a lot of, yesterday, as I said, Patricia Roa, we learned a lot of concepts, the multiverse, the multiple spaces. Therefore, the Agreement 190 opens a lot of spaces. And within that, the superintendents of Social Security do national policies of health and prevention in the workspace. We have to define what role they will have within the companies. That is also a transversality that we are seeing through the cutting bill, but we also have other gaps that need to be filled. So we also need to have a transversality and towards the norms, towards the spirit of the 190 agreement, looking at norms that are regulating, normalizing, and implementing through the actions, through work, through training, through building, and also through a cultural formation. Everything that is being imposed without that social dialogue, without the participation of the stakeholders, many times turns out distorted. And I think that it is important for the stakeholders, whether it's the unions, small, medium companies, big companies. They had the subcommittee, as Patricia Roa said, we are led by Karin Palma in this occasion. In 4 months later, it will be led through a colleague that is representing small and medium companies. And in the post, After that, it will be led by someone who the government says. Because within that, we also reflect the spirituality of the social dialogue and the tripartitism and being able to emphasize. This subcommittee also has a mandate of having social dialogues, listening to the stakeholders, interacting with all of the components for generating a norm in the transversality, and that is very important. What 190 agreement wants to resolve is justice. 190 cannot be changed into our own space. There's another tool, which is legislation, which is obviously for all citizens, and that's our responsibility. And we need to
a los componentes propios de este tripartismo, hacer los esfuerzos de que antes del año podamos tener ya una normativa que pueda ser implementada como lo estipula la necesidad del convenio después de la ratificación, al cual les quiero decir que el Consejo Superior Laboral, los componentes del Consejo Superior Laboral, la grande, mediana, la central unitaria de trabajadores, fuimos a acompañar ese debate en el Parlamento. Fuimos los 3 estamentos en junio a entregarlo al director general de la OIT, el convenio 190, como una responsabilidad democrática le fuimos a entregar al director general. Y hoy día nos compete a todas y todos la responsabilidad que ese convenio no solamente sea un libro para una estantería, como decía Patricia, sino que sea una implementación que dé plena garantía, justicia, en el concepto de la igualdad, la equidad, en un marco dentro de las empresas, que es el trabajo decente. El convenio 190 tiene que tener una jerarquía, pero también de la ámbito horizontal en pares, pero también en el ámbito de la jerarquía. Y en ello los desafíos son múltiples. Creo que este seminario aporta mucho a ello. Se tiene que tener una adecuación a la idiosincrasia, a la realidad nacional. No somos otra realidad, somos Chile. En ello creo que es importante, y aquí voy a tirar la pelota a quien corresponde, que es la autoridad nacional, es el gobierno que tiene que buscar la centralidad para llegar a un buen puerto y que este instrumento, el convenio 190, sea de bien y pueda ser utilizado por todas y todos. En ello agradecerle a todos esta disposición y, por cierto, la colaboración del Consejo Superior Laboral a través de la OIT, que también es organismo asesor de la subcomisión del 190, y el gobierno y a las grandes y pequeñas empresas medianas a ser colaborativos. Y, por cierto, en la suma responsabilidad ante la denuncia justa y correcta, justa denuncia, pero ante la falsa denuncia también justa justicia. Tiene que ser equitativa y no un desequilibrio, y no se puede prestar para fines que no lo son propios para el convenio 190. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Claramente tenemos muchas cosas que pensar, reflexionar, todas las actores y actrices, ya sea desde el mundo del trabajo, ¿cierto? Los trabajadores y trabajadoras, las autoridades, por cierto, el Estado, el gobierno, todos tenemos que reflexionarlo. Y antes de comenzar, nuestros 2 paneles que van a ser muy fructíferos sin lugar a dudas, los queremos invitarles a, por favor, que pasen a un coffee break y después nos volvemos a encontrar. Gracias. algunas
We are going to resume with the event.
Que por favor,
A
el pasillo
photographer
central
and we
siempre lo
like
mantengamos
to ask
despejado.
the aisle free.
Este primer panel va a
This
ser
first
moderado
panel
por Jimena
will be
Valdés,
moderated
quien
by
es
Jimena
académica,
Valdés.
investigadora y directora CEDEM,
She's an academic
Premio
research and
Nacional
director,
de Geografía también del
National
2023.
Geography
Así
Award
que un fuerte
2023.
aplauso para
Let's give
Jimena.
her a
Ella
big
nos va a
hand.
ir presentando a cada uno de los panelistas
Introduce the panelists
de este primer panel. Así
in
que por
order
favor,
to have
Jimena,
our first panel. Jimena, the floor is yours.
Hola, muy buenos días a todas y todos.
Hello to everyone.
A mí me toca la desagradable labor
For me,
de
it's the
moderar
difficult job of
este
moderate
panel.
this
Tenemos
panel.
poco tiempo,
We don't
estamos
have much
atrasados.
time. We are running
Y
late.
quiero presentarle,
I would like to
tenemos
introduce
3 actores hoy día
three
en el primer panel.
actors in
Una
this first
persona
panel.
de la
A
OIT,
person
una
from the
persona de la
ILO,
CUT y
a
una
person
persona de
from
la
the
CPC.
CUT, and a person from the CPC.
Agentes fundamentales para regular, ¿cierto? Y para implementar este convenio 190 recién implementado por Chile, y estamos en un tiempo de aprendizaje, es decir, de cómo vamos a poner en práctica un convenio nuevo que se nos presenta como un mecanismo, como un instrumento para regular las relaciones laborales y para conducir el trabajo a buenas prácticas y al respeto entre los distintos actores, empresarios, trabajadores, etc. Yo les voy a presentar a las personas que van a participar en este panel. En primer lugar, al señor Sergio Paichao, ¿no? Que es especialista en normas internacionales del trabajo de la OIT, que va a hablar en primer lugar. En segundo lugar, a la señora Karen Palma, consejera nacional de la Central Única de Trabajadores de la CUT, vicepresidenta de la Mujer y Equidad de Género de la CUT, y presidenta de la FENAC. En tercer lugar, al señor Gonzalo Bustos, gerente de Asuntos Regulatorios de la Cámara Chilena de la Construcción y de la Confederación de la Producción y del Comercio CPC. Sergio Paichao a presentar su presentación y creo que tenemos 15 minutos.
The ILO Office of the Southern Cone of Latin America. It's going to have 15 minutes and then you can raise your hands.
Muy buenos días. En nombre de la oficina de OIT para el Cono Sur, les damos la cordial bienvenida dentro del espíritu del diálogo social. Hago míos los vocativos que fueron presentados al comienzo de la ceremonia, pero me gustaría agradecer particularmente a la Organización Internacional de Empleadores y a la Confederación Sindical de las Américas, quienes también han indicado personas que participarán del segundo panel, dando un carácter tripartito a las experiencias de Argentina, Canadá, Uruguay y trayendo un panorama regional sobre las perspectivas de aplicación del convenio 190. Es importante que podamos destacar al día de hoy que después de la adopción del convenio en 2019, la conferencia invitó al Consejo de Administración de la OIT, que funciona como la directiva, a que pidiera al director general que se llevara a cabo una estrategia con el fin de impulsar la ratificación del convenio 190, por cuanto constituía ya un hito en aquel entonces y que se debería emprender una amplia campaña de ratificación. Al parecer, esta campaña ha dado resultados esperados y se espera que en los próximos meses, particularmente en la región, tengamos novedades. Al mismo tiempo, esta resolución resolución pedía a los Estados miembros que se promovieran iniciativas de sensibilización, materiales de promoción, investigación, asistencia técnica y que se llamara al mismo tiempo la atención de los organismos internacionales y regionales que trabajan con nosotros. Todo esto lo estamos viendo en el evento del día de hoy, esta actividad, la participación de mujeres, al mismo tiempo el involucramiento de los diferentes segmentos de empleadores y trabajadores. Y al mismo tiempo se le pidió a la organización que verificara la posibilidad de buscar recursos y asignar recursos al ámbito internacional con el fin de promover estas normas. Al día de hoy, yo les confieso, yo tengo que mirar todos los días en la mañana en nuestra página para ver si ha habido alguna actualización. Y al día de hoy ya son 36 ratificaciones del convenio 190 y este número ya constituye un hito. Yo solo lo he visto en una oportunidad y fue cuando se adoptó el convenio 182 de las PO.
The Convention of 82 about the labor of infants. We wanted to have a ratification, but this one broadly surpassed it. In the 36 countries that have adopted it, 33% represents America. We would like to have some news because the parliaments of Brazil, Costa Rica, and Colombia are already working on the ratification of this convention. In regards to the norm, I would like to have a little summary of the norm, which is that the Convention 190 for all the member states who have a ratification of the convention is to give the right to all the persons to have a free work, free of violence in all the sectors. The informal economy, inclusive perspective, with a gender perspective, in order to prevent and eliminate the violence and harassment in the space of work. This is the best summary that I'm gonna get. This convention have specific dispositions that prohibited the violence, and at the same time it recognized that it has to be applied to all the people who works, to have a formal contract for worker, all the institutions in the world of work in general. At the same time, we have a special approach of the domestic violence and how it can impact in the normal performance of work in the unions, and the risks, addressing the risks about the understanding of the domestic violence to hopefully give some protection to the victim of domestic violence. Social dialogue, which is a key event to recognize the sectors and the occupations to address violence and harassment, adoption of measures consistent to how to fight against this threat. The strategy that I was mentioning, according to the last meeting of the Administrative Council, the goal is that every person in the world of work to have a free space, free of violence and harassment. That's the overarching goal that we're all pursuing. And that's the summary. The strategy is going to define the importance of the integration of the different components: equality, no discrimination, security, health, to establish a common framework and the mitigation of unacceptable behaviors, the creation and maintenance of a working environment free of violence and harassment, the promotion of the ratification of the conventions. And we have to remember that the ratification is not the end of a process, it's the beginning of the process of the commitment for the member states ratificating the international norms. It's an internal commitment and also a commitment facing the international community. It's important to have a legislation, to have national policies, international policies, sectorial policies of companies, and also policies of the community against the violence and harassment. Also, the intervention in the science of behaviors and studies and outcomes of this different application of strategies. The formation and acquisition of competences. When we have this agreement and convention, we have to put it into the knowledge of the biggest number of people possible. Today, most of the sectors don't know that they are living in an ambiente of harassment and violence, and they have no tools in order to protect their integrity as a group of workers or people linked to the world of work. So it's very necessary to have different campaigns and strategies, having also this week of elimination of violence of women, which is timely. Also to learn about the recently adopted recommendations of the ILO of the messages of quality adopted in the last conference in October 2023 established one of the points that thinks it's necessary that the member states adopting the recommendations, they should facilitate measures of protections, of training regarding security, health in the working spaces, discrimination, violence, and harassment. I would like to quote for the future recommendations that this agreement of the ILO should be present all the time. In the matter of security, health of work in working space, we address the approach of this matter in how it impacts the mental and physical health of people that work. The importance of include measures of prevention of violence and harassment in the working environment. All these aspects is very important to contemplate the assessment of health and the violence and the harassment in the environment, and adopting measures according with the employees and employers to correct these problems. The strengthening, the development of capacities for employers and employees, we already have adopted it in the ILO for the companies, for the employers, this prevention and the behavior facing the violence. And for union leaders, we also have a manual from the ILO, and we have programs and campaigns of to raise awareness for different agencies from the governments, not only with the Ministry of Work and Social Welfare. We thank their support to drive it to the different organizations from the government, to the legislative power, the justice power, the inspectors of work, the public ministry. All these different government agencies can help us to establish the principles of fight to the violence and harassment in working environments. The roadmap, the work to follow. We already have 36 ratifications, which is a big number. But in order to have a global ratification of 170 member states is still a long way to go. We should not wait for future ratification. We have to foster more ratifications and highlight the commitment that you establish when you have a ratification of the convention, the social costs, and in matters of respect to the human rights and fundamental rights in work, we also have to consider that these campaigns to raise awareness is the respect of the freedom of negotiation of the unions and the different stakeholders to establish this topic on the table. Not mattering if there is a legislation of violence or harassment, we can change from the negotiations and we can verify if there is an applicability and the accompaniment of this sectoral negotiations in the frame of the negotiation to have a broad respect. And from the statistics, we already recognize the necessity to have a bigger focus on the methodological work incorporated into the statistic, knowing in which sectors we have violence, in which time frame, who are the victims, and which are the measures that have been adopted, which are the best the practical cases or the case studies, the best practices. And if we have the contributions of these numbers, then we can have a better assessment of the panorama and how to connect the dots. At the same time, in the environment of work, a healthy environment, according to the last amendment of the Declaration of 1989, that we should have the mental health, also an assessment of the risks, and the harassment and the violence connected with discrimination and social environments. Also have a connection between employers and employees, have a space for consultations in order to address the population that have a higher risk of suffering violence and harassment. Also addressing the online work and the use of systems of artificial intelligence, where it will be necessary to have further research of the impact in the exhibition and vulnerability of people to the violence and harassment. Conclusions. We have intensified the efforts to have a social change. What we are talking here is the first step to have a change in the mindset, a generational change in the disposition in different sectors. I'm never tired of repeating, let's take these discussions into the houses, into a lunch. Let's put the handies to a side and let's talk in schools. Some of your members of class are victims of violence, of bullying. It has to be in all the different environments, talking with fathers, mothers, with everyone, how to proceed correctly. And this debate, we should rise it to the different categories in the public sector, in the private sector, to all the different areas of work, the universality of this convention, together with our own activities. We also have to fight against the discriminations in the different ambientes. The populations which have a higher vulnerability are migrants, women, Afro-descendants. We need to capture all these different aspects and address them. And part of the strategy is the work of the ILO, assisting in the different aspects which might be necessary in order to raise awareness and to adopt measures in order to questionate the stereotypes and the norms of gender and to finish the inequalities. This is the panorama of the strategy. We all know the convention, but it's important to establish the roadmap that we have to follow, important for the work of the Commission of Superior Labor Council for the adoption of the ratification of these conventions. Thank you very much.
En segundo lugar, vamos a pedir
We will ask for Gonzalo Bustos to come up to the podium from the CTC so that he can do his presentation. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here this morning with this important event. I will be very brief because Jose Manuel has already said anything and everything that I wanted to say. So I really don't have much left to say. I promise I won't be long and take up much of the space. And the good thing is that that has already been said about what I want to say is that I was thinking while I was listening to the other presentations to talk about what was my personal motivation to work from the beginning and to talk with this agreement. I arrived here 24 years ago as a lawyer with no experience, no practice to work for the Chile Committee for Construction. And I started noticing that not only in the committee was there a very important union role and in the quality as me as a quality of a lawyer that is inexperienced, I started to work in companies, but the committee also has a social role that is very important. But we give social benefits to the workers and not just to the construction sector. And I paid attention that we could have this in those years that we had that social company role. That today we actually say it's sustainability and different names, but that's what we called it back then. And I think what most called out to me in about 20 years ago, it's that we can compatibilize to have a social active role with the defenses of our own rights within the construction companies. And within these motivations, we've had to ask ourselves, how do I keep going? Can I keep on collaborating for my position within this union to be able to improve the social role? And they asked me later on in the international conference, and that was about 15 years ago. And from then on, I haven't stopped doing it. So it's a place where I think someone can really help and support the debates, and in the committees, you can help with the ideas that are talked about. And I've known people that are so brave, like Jose Manuel, like Angel Lagos, who we had to talk about in this agreement, sitting face to face, and we got mad at each other and we fought, and ended up that day that we ended up approving, we actually ended up hugging each other. And I think that is what really motivates me. And I could even be here till tomorrow. And I wanted actually to be in the committee. I represent the CPC in the committee because I asked it to be like that. I wanted that. More than the presentation that I have, which is more technical, that has a little bit more legal things, and I will tell you about, but I wanted to talk about the experience of why I'm here today. And I think it's good to think that the tripartism is good today, and it's what, well, finally, and I believe and I'm convinced that it's the way in that the countries can improve. And I would like for this to be an example for the rest. And we finished with Angel with a big hug at 2019, I think, in that proposal. I hope that when we finish that subcommittee in June of next year, I hope that we can all end up hugging each other. Having said this, just I want to take a couple minutes to tell you that we have, as an employer sector, and also from the personal point of view, that we share as an absolute that violence and harassment in the workspace should not, it cannot be accepted, and we are completely against that. And when we had this agreement, I obviously wanted to be responsible and I wanted to be part of the panel, but I did want to signal that what is our social role and the role of the company is we recognize that companies can contribute to the prevention, taking all the appropriate measures according to their own control. We believe that the company should and can participate in this way. And the following question is, what is the role of the social dialogue? I think I already mentioned it, but I'll talk about it again. I think the social role is the key so that the implementation can be done and it can be well done, and that it's not just a pretty paper or a pretty agreement that we can just have a picture of all of us together when we ended up approving the agreement. I don't want that. I want it to be done correctly. But having said that, and this is where the buts come in, and we did signal this in the last conference that we had in the OIT, and we have signaled this in the subcommittee, and we are going to keep on talking about it, that for us it's worrying that some principles that you will actually see in the presentation to look at the details, but what is worrying for us fundamentally for companies that we can obligate or we can make them do more than what they can achieve, and that it will be outside of their control. So I think this is important in three aspects. And in these slides, we have it here. We'll share it with you so you can see it later. And it has to do with fundamentally closing those gaps where we can apply some intentionality where we're talking about domestic violence, when we're talking about people who are not related to that workspace, as the agreement says, people who have been fired or that don't have a connection to the company, and it produces a type of an act of violence. But maybe there's other mechanisms that go through the civil law, but not through labor, and that's what also is worrisome to us. That has to be well established in the legislation that we are going to modify. And finally, what we have to do with the violence en route to work. We have all the details on the slide, but as Jose Manuel said, and I think that's why he said everything that I was thinking, what we care about is the legislation that will be implemented now because of the 190 and the Karen bill and others that are in discussion, and others that will come and form part of this discussion, are all coherent, that they are all achievable, and not just because of the fact that they are maximalists, that we end up have just pretty legal text that cannot be applied in the real life scenarios, whether we have institution like the superintendents, like the Ministry of Work, that will be the ones who have to audit, and then we'll have tribunals that will be responsible for justice, that will have to have the tools and the correct legislation so that this agreement can be well implemented and it will be a reality. Now, in regards to the recommendations, what are we worried about fundamentally? That there is something in the recommendation that within the positions and the mechanisms for the claims, we have measures like proof. For example, for me as a lawyer, this is complicated for me because if you have the adequate mechanisms within the companies, the adequate channels for announcing and denouncing within the company, but we're still not able to establish that there has been an act, a violent or a harassment act, it's very hard for the company to be able to show this in the tribunal that has not been committed inside the company. Normally, the proof is that whoever has the claim has to prove it, right? When you act correctly, it's very hard for someone to say, no, you didn't. It's very hard to show that, right? So in my regard, I think it is very important to signal this point, that it's something that we discussed and we are signaling now, but also I want to leave it very clear this morning because it is one of the aspects that we are worried about. But we're worried about, as I said, because we want it to be done correctly. It's not that we suppose, but we want it to be done correctly so that when we do have legislations to it, we do it in a balanced and fair way. As was signaled by Jose Manuel within the conclusion, so that I will finish, we think it is necessary to do what we are doing now. The subcommittees are working at this minute to listen to the different people, the different actors. We're listening to the ministry superintendents and see how this will work within this presentation that the OIT just did in regards to the strategies and implementation, so that effectively there does exist this coherence within the legislations and all of the different stakeholders and actors, so we can implement this adequately for the agreement. In regards to having these safe spaces, we already signaled that this is the correct way. We are convinced as a employing agency that this is the only route to do it. And as I signaled, and I will end up closing here, we think that these things that are signaled are left outside of our area of control, so that we have to treat it the best way possible, so that we can implement it in a correct way and it can be practical. That is what I wanted to tell you this morning. I think I was able to comply with the times, and I will leave a space for the conversation. Thank you for the opportunity. We've had the participation of the OIT with an important job that the OIT has in the workforce, with their job that they need to have resensibilization, pedagogy of how to teach to achieve good environments in work, in labor spaces and workspaces. To be able to have social change, in which our first panel was speaking about. In second place is the representative, which is talking about the social dialogue, which is fundamental, but it also warns us about the employee claims and regarding the 190 agreements. And within this, we will have the participation of the Central Space for Workers, Ms. Karin Palma, who, in order to finish with this presentation and then later discuss and converse to see how we can keep on going with the implementation of the 190 agreement. Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay, good. Well, first of all, I want to welcome everyone. I want to say sorry. We had a little problem with the presentation, and just as the previous speaker was saying, I will try to be brief because we do know the mechanism and the framework of what we're talking about today. I do want to tell the story of this agreement from the presidency of women within the gender of the CUT. We are at a process of recognizing colleagues who have done an effort, because some lawsuits have been made within this union sector. I want to congratulate Ana Rifo, who has been part of the discussion within the framework of the conferences of the OIT, and also the transfer in time to be able to implement and ratify this agreement. Yes, and also I want to begin from the base. Yesterday we were at a seminar that was very interesting that the Unitary Workers Union did regarding the topic of technology, AI, and how that will affect the workforce. And I think any intervention begins, Jose Manuel also talked about this, in situating ourselves in our own framework as our country. And we have a very big inequality in our country, whether it's Latin American or as also the world. And we know that the conditions in the workforce, the conditions in the concentration of power are not balanced. And we think that the important thing here is recognizing the social dialogue as part of what could balance the power in discussions that are so important like those. And in that context, I want to reveal, because of this previous intervention, this does not begin from nothing. This ratification and this effort that this union effort has made, especially women have been aid to the ratification of the Agreement 190, also begins from very horrible acts. And this we have talked a lot about the Karen Bill, and Salgado was a health worker who ended up with suicide because of harassment and violence from her employer, who is a public employer. But we also have cases like Monica Vasquez, worker of a supermarket, who also ends up in a death that her colleagues have tried to reveal and talk about her name, and being in all of the discussions talking about that, it also ends up in violence and harassment. Why do I want to signal this? Because the importance of this agreement, what it will do is improve the quality of life. Even we could prevent decisions that are so important and so tragic, like the one from Karen Salgado, or situations that we have lived in each of our workspaces. And this gives us a big task that they've given us in this tripartism conversation to bring up a policy that is international to the national framework, and to be able to be in agreement, and what are the points and the emphasis and how we are going to adapt this agreement. And in that, taking the time to comment that today we do have the subcommittee within the subcommittee of work, and that it is built in a tripartisan way. I also want to congratulate the people that are part of this, the government, because it has been a good experience, as we said, to begin to get to know and generate a diagnosis of what is it that our country has on the basis of violence and harassment in the workspace. But also we want to talk about some challenges. We want to, as a unitary workers union, we want to value that we are at the feet of legislation. We cannot be indifferent that the law allows for change in the legal work codes and can be modified in the public sector in some protocols. But we cannot stop saying that the Karin bill is not the same thing as the agreement's 190, and we hope that this will be the beginning step so that we can give way to an implementation in all areas of what this means. And in that, obviously, I really liked what was said previously, because I know that there are many experiences and there are many differences, because we all have differences in regards to workspace. One of the things that as the Unitary Workers Union we value is that we recognize this of no particularity. I want to say it very clearly, because of this reality, we have gotten to know acts of violence in different situations of what within the workspace. And legislation obviously leaves short. And I think it's important for us as a country that we can maintain the spirit of this agreement that approaches all workspaces. And as a unitary workers union, we will be very strong in that point that we can ratify in that sense. The second thing is more so than a critique. I think it's important to pick up good experiences. A colleague from Commerce was telling us about domestic violence, specifically in a company that it works in commerce, and they said that in the face of domestic violence, the worker had the possibility of leaving or changing branches, changing offices, depending on the agreement that the union had. That worker could feel a type of protection in saying, I have someone who is hurting me and I can change my workspace. Those good practices, we hope, can be replicated in how the social responsibility can also be made responsible. And in one of the situations that is most lived in our country, which is domestic violence. And we hope that it's not the only measure. We're not thinking that the Unitary Workers Union is going to go and solve this, but they're thinking that it's not just another difficulty for that employer, for that woman to think about her work. We live it today, obviously, from the vice presidency, or we're looking at the possibility of being able to implement legislation in terms of having a medical license if you are a victim of domestic violence. But we also believe that work should be part of your network, your support network. The help that exists today, and aside from the aggression and the critique scenario that the woman lives, they have to go talk to their work. They still are responsible. They have to talk with different people, talk about their personal situations. They have to, and in the face of this empathy, we think it is part of something that should be improved. And also looking at proof, as we said, we have to converse this. We have spoken about this in the vice presidency and the meetings that we have. Yes, we have its complexities, maybe its legal problems, also maybe the comprehension and some topics, but we've also put it as far as power symmetry, because what we asked ourselves before within the colleagues, and if this person has the power for, or the person who is denouncing, who is, if they don't have any help, any power connection to be able to show proof that they have been hurt, it doesn't still take away from that person that today has to show that they are innocent, has that same power to be able to generate that this is a distortion. So why do I want to talk about this emphasis? Because we saw it in the Congress, and these are the differences that we have maybe with the CPC, and that we are trying to mediate in this tripartisan uh, conversation. But it doesn't mean that we can't get to an agreement and that we can't give a response to a real implementation of the 190 agreement. And we've said it from the Unitary Workers Union, especially from the vice presidency. Sometimes it's hard for us to have long-term policies. I recognize, why didn't this begin yesterday or last year? It's been for a year now. It's been for years now. When we announced it, we talked about this. And of course, we will keep on talking about this in the following years so that we can talk about the total magnitude of what this implementation means. But this does not mean that today the Unitary Workers Union is not a stakeholder and actor in what will be this implementation, and what we can review and look in its magnitude in today, that this will change in the quality of our jobs, that no worker, man or woman, will feel that they can have violence or harassment just to, in their workspace. We want it to be the main challenge and an invitation that our country, as we said, we have to give exams in June, but we will be able to really show the height of how we face a problem in the face of this world, and we will be able to show that we were able to approach this and have an agreement that frames and gives an answer to all the workers that are victims, and also all to the society in itself. Thank you very much.
Now that we had the presentation of the three key speakers addressing the change, the social environment of the world of work, we have to fulfill these changes, the safeguards that CPC has mentioned. And now we would like to have the three panelists here to have a discussion of a few minutes in order how to progress the implementation of the Convention 190. Okay, from here, from my place, my position as moderator, academic, researcher of the world of work, agriculture, exportation in Chile. I would like to put some matters on the table, some problems as well, to put us into the right context of our country, which is not only cinnamon. We have a representative of the CPC who was talking about the safeguards of violence and harassment in the environment of work. In last year, we had the death of 8 or 6 time workers of the fields from Bolivia. The question would be, how can we situate in this country where we don't only have regulated workspaces, that we have a lot of components and different activities which are like the outsourcing. How do we address the outsourcing in the implementation of the Convention 190? How can we oversee the acting and behavior of the outsourcers? I would like to include some other actors as well in the implementation of the convention, like the ASOEX, the different unions of the companies, of the agriculture, of the forestal work, where we have a lot of violence in the environment. I have been working in Copiapó with time workers, and the harassment and the violence is significant to women, and women have a very bad time. So I would like to address a component of reality, that we only have urban work, regulated workspaces, and that we have a long time of desyndicalization, 50 years. We don't have a lot of unions, and we still need a reformation of the labor code. We don't have the right of syndicalization. We have unions which are not very useful. So we have to face this reality, which is very complex, and together with that we have a role of raising awareness, education, tripartite social dialogue, safeguards, which is complex, and what has been mentioned of our last panelists about the Unitary Workers Union. So I would like to give the floor to the representative of the ILO to see how we can progress. Can you hear me? I would like to thank to all the panelists and people who were listening. The Convention 190 launched a new era of the international regulations of work. It's out of the context of the formal work of the company, of the four walls of the office, of the establishment or as an entity, and it expands to the world of work, including what has been mentioned, the rural areas, the urban areas, the formal working spaces and the informal working spaces, also the aspects of the different sectors. And in the sectors involving the companies and the companies of services, outsourcings also. So the awareness that we need to raise is to realize it in the different levels. And we don't see, the convention doesn't establish the possibility of make a difference between workers of a company or the outsourced workers. They all work in the same environment, in the same sector, and the responsibility of the companies and the solidarity between an event of harassment and violence, the responsibility has to go of the aggressor presented by the victim and put some punishment for the case. Involving other actors, we have had workers that possibly, due to the characteristics of their work, are victims of violence, but the violence in a sense of citizen security that can be adopted as well. And the most important thing is to reflect the principle of the safe environment in all aspects. When we're talking about safety and health, we're also talking about the prevention of violence and harassment. So the campaigns, the formation are very important. In this place, we all know what we're talking about. Now, we need to take this message out of this room to have feedback and to know about different experiences of the application and have a positive outcome. Thank you very much. Any reflection, Gonzalo, about this? Some comments. Talking about the change value, the outsourced worker, time workers, there is no doubt the convention is clear. They are incorporated in the convention, and it's the due of all workers and of all the companies to take responsibility to their chain of value. An important discussion is of the ratification of the convention in Geneva was with the chain of value. If I don't have the control, I'm talking on behalf of the company, what we can manage. What happens if I have supplier from other countries, countries that don't respect the convention, where they don't have the ratification of the convention? How can I manage this? It's very complex. Of course, it's not a reason to stay outside, and we're advancing to the globalization, and the companies are requesting certifications in order to have a certainty that the different conventions are being respected in an international or a national level, having cases of women or children which are being exploited, and we cannot be part of that as companies with suppliers who are doing that. There is no doubt the convention is for everyone. From my sector, like in the agricultural sector, has some special characteristic. In my sector, in the construction, since a few years, we didn't have a lot of women in our sector, but nowadays we have about 25 to 30% are women that work in the sector of construction. This implies a lot of changes that don't have much to do with the legal regulations. It hasn't changed much. It has to do with good practices that can be implemented over the time. In the Chamber of Construction, now, since a few years, we have a female commission in order to see the particularities of the female work in the construction that can be a little bit different, not due to the capacities, It might be different because maybe the women can hold the same sack. The man would have taken 2 or 3 sacks of cement and the woman only 1. How can we incorporate a woman into this union, which used to be exclusively for men? And in this commission, the women are working with the ILO, with the professional from Santiago. We are doing talks, we are doing training, we are learning how to incorporate in the best way possible with the best practices, because the legislation is always behind. So we have to be the spear of this to mark the right way, the right path to advance. And it is important also to what we are doing is that the Chamber of the Construction has a long story, and now we have a CEO, which is a woman. for the first time, and a national vice president that's a woman as well. So we are catching up in this matter. And talking about the roadmap, and I insist on the good best practices, like in the supermarket, we think that best practices can create protocols of support, and it has to be that way. And what I was mentioning is that the legislation can force us to control something that we cannot control. But the best practices are the best thing to have a proper protocol that can help us, and that's the way we need to act. Thank you very much, Jorge. And now, finally, I would like to give the floor to Carmen. She is from the Unitary Workers Union, and now we're in a world of feminization of work, and that the feminization of work has to do with the precarization of work. There is no feminization if there is a precarization. In the sector that I work, the time workers, they always have a very bad time, and they are 90% of that sector. And a lot of sectors of the economy, we have an idea of a quality that doesn't work. It doesn't work because we have a worse quality of work, so we have more women, more indigenous people, more foreigners, more immigrants. So it also is a data of reality that we are in a world where the social vulnerability has to do with the type of contracts and the type of works which are fulfilled in the different sectors. Having said that, I would like to give the floor to Karen so you can finish up and wrap up the reflections. Can you hear me well? Yes, now I can. One of the valorations of the convention is its broad perspective, that it's rural and urban and all types of workers, not regarding the contract. For the central, it's important to see from different branches, from the different types of works, is how the different violence that has been experienced and the contexts as well. We have a rural context, but we also have sectors which are not very well organized. We have seen them, workers, informal workers, probably they don't have a syndicate or a union. The branches or sectors that we have visibilized, like the worker of beauty, that they are in the different areas, making different types of jobs, no? Like painting nails. Maybe they don't have a direct employer, but they suffer certain situations of violence, and that our union needs to have the capacity to represent them and all what informality means. And women that work in the ocean, maybe they're not so many, but they are many. And they have a very specific situation, being away from home for a long time, and that they have a situation that we also need to ratificate or to put into the convention, and types of jobs. We had a very, very critical complaint from CONAF, some women that complained about a sexual abuse violation, a rape. They go into the national parks, they live there the whole day, the whole time. And when we start to make the sections of the different work, so when do we apply the convention? When they're at home or only at the working space? So sometimes we have some realities that we don't know, but that the CUT has the obligation to group them. And what we said at the beginning, the expectations of the convention. All workers, when we heard about the demonstrations a few years ago, about the 25th of November, remembering the day of no violence against women, we had expectations that this convention would regulate everything what has to do with the violence. I already mentioned with the death, the cases of death. And if someone is not considered with his particular characteristics of work, we cannot go into so many detail, but every situation needs to be considered. And if it's not considered, we're going to have a frustration to the expectation of the convention. Finishing up saying that clearly it's a big, big challenge to see this in a global way and facing a problem as a society, not only in the world of work, we also see it in different contexts, but it's very important that we should feel safeguarded in the different spaces where we perform work or any service, that we could address this harassment and abuse in certain harmonization to work as one body. Thank you very much. To finish up,
panel, we want to finish the pedagogic work of the OIT. The OIT is an important actor to change the work culture, and we have to attend to this. We have to have presence of the OIT in the confederation, unions, and the syndicates. So another element that we think contributes, or we have to emphasize, is how we favor the social dialogue that is tripartism that our panelists signaled from the CPC. But in order to have tripartism social dialogue, we have to have agents that can talk and converse. And we have syndicates and workers that can converse. And I think that a Chilean state has to make an effort in favoring a bigger organization of workers and employers, because if there are no organization, then who do we speak with? Who do we have a dialogue with? And I think that is, we have to have that pending in developing when we see that, for example, the Constitution, it has the right to protest. We are obviously terrified, right? We say, how are we going to improve the workforce, eliminating a right that has years, centuries of development? So we want to thank you. Want to thank the panelists, and we believe that we have to keep discussing much more to keep on going with this agreement that will improve our work culture in our countries. Thank you. We want to thank, there's no audio. They just told me that there is a little change. The coffee, we're going to leave it for later. We're going to continue immediately with the second panel. So please, 1,000 apologies, and we go back to our seats. We're going to present the second panel, the moderators. Okay, so in this second panel, we will invite the moderator, Lucia Planet, academic a professor of feminism and in the workspace and social security so that she can present the next panelist. Good afternoon to everyone. I have the privilege of moderating the second panel that is composed in a completely tripartisan way, employers, workers, and from the Ministry of Work. As if that were little, the people from Uruguay, Paraguay, Argentina, and Canada. In that sense, it will be very interesting for us to be able to get to know the implementation of other countries that have already ratified the Agreement 190 in their each of their areas and their spaces, whether it's legislative or whether it's through public policies. There are 7 representatives that I will present. In the first place, Alfredo Corres. He is the leader of Social Security in Argentina. Acaira Raiz Bernal, Secretary of Sustainable Development in the Committee of Women, Working Women from the Confederation of Syndicates from the Workers of America. Maria Luján Charuti, who is a consulting lawyer for Social Security of the Ministry of Work in Uruguay, and as well as Kimberly Sorton, Director of Multilateral Scenarios from the Government of Canada, Duncan Cho, Senior Director for Health and Social Security from the Ministry of Work in Canada, Lourdes Cardona. And lastly, Lina Roja, representative of the Committee of Small Companies. So I now leave you with Gerardo Corres. Can you hear me? Well, thank you for the invitation. I thank you. I thank the committee, my friends here in the Ministry of Work. So it is an honor to be able to give some images to show you how we've assumed the challenge of what the Agreement 190 means for us. I brought you a PowerPoint. I don't use PowerPoint, but you have it there. It's a recollection of decisions that we've made in the ministry. I will mention only some, but I will refer to the first part that we spoke about, right? Of how to approach the national legislation in this Agreement 190 and how we can approach this. The first thing that I want to say is that we do not send to the Congress at the first stage so that they can get to know about the adoption of this conference because we immediately ratify it. And we do this in a tripartisan way so that we can advance in this sense. The second thing has to do with something that was talked about here. They talked about it in some way or another. It is, what type of rights do we find ourselves with? It's a new positive realization, and it's a right that did not have this expression of the positivity from the agreements of 190. The third thing has to do with the type of relation that establishes legal, what it stipulates legally. And for us, this international agreement, it integrates a system that it makes sure that there's no specific norm in the international systems, as was also mentioned here at a time, the preamble of some treaties, international treaties over human rights, but we do have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, although it seems that the Article 1 of the Declaration, Universal Declaration, when we talk about the idea of the person in itself, as far as the respect, which is also named many times, especially in these meetings that we've had, in regards to dignity as far as people. For us, it's the center of how we should approach this type of eventual reglementation. It's not easy. It wasn't easy because we had two positions, right? One position, let's say, that was very general as far as the employees, and how to be able to approach this agreement. And that's when we see our Canadian colleagues, when we look at the definition of what violence at work means, the different definitions. And we also spoke about this, and we said that the instrument was horizontal. It approached different situations, and it also talked about the relationship because it integrates the system of human rights, and for us the centrality, as we also said, in the person, which is as what is referring to the declaration of the OIT regarding the bicentenary declaration. So why do I go to this? Because in this panorama, again, there were two positions. One was a general for the workers, and another one was one that was much more restrictive for the employers. The employers made reference to making decisions that were taxative as a type of 182 agreement that was like a list of situations that could generate violence, because they also risked the since it was general in its definition, they could have different types of reserves and the responsibility of the employees. That I had to negotiate that in this international document. And then to that topic, I saw in various opportunities. Then we saw the definition of Article 7 as a possibility of giving more security to the employers regarding this. And now, what did we resolve, at least beginning from these discussions that we had to take into account? First of all, how do we understand that it's a human right for, we would have to have a type of initiative in the Committee of Human Rights to be able to adapt as an international law, an agreement, and one system is the OIT and the other one is the human rights system, but we give it the same hierarchy for its application. So in this context, how can we define it? How can we understand? How can we approach it? So we saw the definition that we had around the world. Up until then, we had been developing this from an initiative, legislative initiative that was pending from the, and you currently know that Argentina is at a change of government. We'll see how it'll be resolved later. But in the beginning, what we see is that we adapted this definition from the agreement, and we thought we saw it for various motives. The first one, because of the reasonability and the implementation of these human rights, or any of the international instruments that we have, and that they talk about the possibility of a regular a policy that has within this a norm. And we thought that this was very important to adapt the norm of this agreement to be able to avoid any type of restriction in what could be considered the concept of reasonability that merits any type of human right, and especially human rights that we have within the national system. The second part that we also saw appear in this scenario is the administration. The committee specifically, this could also mean what is the reach that we give to this international instrument, and what could the committee of experts say, when they talk about the definition, they indicate of some positions or limits. So for us, basically, the objective of legal interest is the relationship, the work relationship from the subjects, whether it's employee employers, at a horizontal level, and that they can access in some way or another to a type of connection, a legal connection that could be helped from this aspect of violence at work. It's much more general than gender. It approaches all the aspects.
The horizontally of the concept in general. For us, the characteristic of the convention is a tool of coexistence. So it also should imply aspects not only of gender, some aspects of collective rights that has to do with the collective negotiations and direct actions that could have a bond with laboral violence. This could be an aspect to be considered. So we took the convention and the legal instrument, and we have a legal system which is different to Chile. We have the principle of extension, almost, in collective conventions, applicable to all the workers of any activity, not only in a company, all the universe of workers. And it applies a possibility of applying this legal instrument. Secondly, the idea of a norm has not to do with the restriction, but more with the facilitation of the application. This facilitation of application for the workers and the employers, it has to be a coexistence. How can we address to the instrument in order to have enough capacities to have the possibility to be efficient? That's why we think that the dignity, as another topic, has been talked about as part of the concept. The dignity and the respect to the dignity is the baseline of the system. In the liberal aspect, they cannot be derogated by any of the parties. There's also application, a general application in a broad perspective regarding the Article 2 and 3 of the Convention. And all the instrumentation has two sources of applicability: the creation of a commission, tripartite commission, in order to follow up the application of the norm. This tripartite system are something key, and we think that should be a national commission in a tripartite way to apply different forms in the different matters, different contexts. This can be one company, one big company. Another thing are the SMEs, how to reach the SMEs with a system of this nature. So the base of having a commission. And the second topic is the collective negotiation, the inclusion of the aspects, the agreements about how to treat the staff according to these principles of the 190 Convention. The third thing is the health and the security in the working environment, where we need to have some guarantees. It's not the same thing, a big company, than an SME. We need to have big work of the chambers of diffusion, outreach of the SMEs and the workers as well, all together, in order to see how to have this idea of respect and to find agreements in order to inform about all this work, to have a protocol. the idea of partial instrumentalization, and the possibilities of to have different types of applications in the world of work. Working inspection is also a challenge because we're going to have specific ideas how to understand the abuse or the general violence that can be precipitated. So we're also going to need a system of work inspection in order to address this topic. The reparation in our legal system, they were not as broad as the vision of the concept. In the Article 65, to have the psychosocial element as part of the work and as part of the violence, going into two directions. We can say it's subjective, has to do with the actions of damage to the person or between people. And then we have a general aspect with the environment, to have a hostile environment from the employer to the employee. And finally, as a last thing, as we could see it in the international stages, sceneries, to have international norms about this topic, the European Union, France, Canada, the idea that the judges could determine the reasonability of actions to see if we had a case of violence or not. This is another circumstance which is important for us. The creation of an observatory of labor violence is adequate to have a follow-up of the implementation of this international tool. It also is something consistent that to develop. And under these circumstances, we have been elaborating different laws, different norms, different panoramas that we address, where one of the topics that I would like to highlight and would draw your attention is that the principle developed for the different violence are not the only principles. We need to broaden the universe of applicability of the convention. Some other things stated has to do with the outsourcing. We have another legislation, so the main employer is always the responsible one. But this is a topic which has to do with the forms and the relationship of work, which has to do with Argentina. If there is an agreement between companies, one article should address the outsourcing and the labor violence and the possibilities to have a shared management of the employers and the workers to fulfill a violence-free environment. Under all circumstances, having this big number of tasks and having them in a protocol, we still have pending the treatment with the different social sectors, is that this tool and these recommendations should address as an opportunity to have an encounter between employers and employees, not like something that put in tension the relationship. This tension is something that you can read. So the prevention is key. The prevention in the protocol and a broad vision to orientate roadmaps that could suggest have a special treatment of the topics and should take out the tension between employers and employees, talking about concepts which has to do with the management of this international tool. And I would like to repeat that for us, this is a tool of coexistence, more than a tool like a legal tool, like a classic legal tool. as my friend mentioned, Mr. Paixão, is a new space in the organization of norms of an international perspective of the world of work. So we don't have much time. That's why I wouldn't like to continue. Thanks for having me. Thanks to the government of Chile to having us. Thank you very much, Gerardo. And to talk to us about the Argentine experience. Now I would like to give the floor to Tayla Rees. She is representative of the International Union Confederation of Workers from the Americas. Thank you very much to the government of Chile for the invitation. I would like to salute to the Unitary Workers Union of Chile, Ms. Palma, who has done a great work leading the workers of Chile. For us, it's important. Are you listening to us? Yes? Yes. Now you have the floor. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you let us know? We cannot hear you. Maybe you need to activate your microphone, but some can hear me, some not. In Zoom, we can hear you. Maybe there is a problem with your audio. What we can do is, between we solve this problem, is to pass on to the next speaker, Maria de Luján Charruqui. Meanwhile, we're gonna fix your audio, sorry. I would like to introduce Maria de Luján Charruti. She's a counselor lawyer from Uruguay. Good morning, can you hear me? Can you hear us? In Zoom, you can hear me, but we cannot hear you. I think it's your problem. Here we're gonna fix the audio problem. Let's try. Now? No, not, we cannot hear you. In Zoom, we can hear you. Now we can hear you. Now we can hear you very well. The floor is yours. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here in this seminar. So interesting with the Chilean government, with the Ministry of Work, which is a country that I saw in July, and I was really marveled. I would like to use this space to collaborate with this idea of ratifying the Convention of 190. You have the presentation that I already sent it. It's a big one with a lot of information. I could even broaden it if you need it, so I'm at your disposal for whatever you need. Talking about the concept and with the questions, to be the trigger of the seminar and the connection with the tripartism. In the year 2005, to have this tripartite collective negotiation with the different laws, where the tripartite negotiation to have the branch of employees, organization of employers, and also the government. We're talking about salaries and categories and labor conditions. Since 2005, with the government of Vasque, we have the space of negotiation of salary that facilitates the social dialogue. Not only talking about salary, working conditions, but also about rights, human rights, labor human rights, which are put it into the dynamic of a plan of equal opportunities, having the topic of gender equality, which has to do with an article of broad consent, a tripartite consent, subscribed by the Workers' Union, the Ministry of Work, and the government, and the chambers of companies, stating the respect of equal opportunities and inclusion. This diminishes the collective negotiation in a tripartite way, giving the executive power to have the necessity to work on the tables of negotiation, not only the topic of salary. The dialogue hasn't to do with salary, it has to do with the introduction of the gender as a topic. Having this dialogue and the agreements about salary have clauses addressing days of rest, special agreements, ratification of international conventions. Sometimes if you have a ratification through a law, it's not meaningful. That the instrument, the collective negotiation, is an important space of diffusion, of outreach for the unions, in order for everyone to know the norms and regulations. And we start to have a process of approval of specific norms. All of this talking about the sexual abuse in labor, having different specific laws about the violence against women. I would like to invite you to read about it. It's a very enriching text talking about different types of violence, and together with all this normative, with these regulations, we have the ratification of the Convention 190. The first country of having this ratification makes that all this normative body, together with the doctrine and jurisprudence, allows us to have the high auto-execution of the applicability of the Convention 190. With the ratification in our resolutions of the Ministry of Work, the inspection of work, we already have a fundament of right, this convention being ratified. How do we reach this auto-application? Through the Article 72 of our Constitution, where we establish the inherent laws to the human conditions, his direct applicability, and the labor human rights. All this application coming from the doctrine, followed by the counselors of the ILO, who came from the European schools. He already had the theory of the labor human rights. It comes into our Constitution through the Article 72, inherent conditions of the human being, which doesn't disappear when he goes into the working space, but it's also part of his working space by the time he's in the company. This auto-application, and we took the risk, what would happened in the court, in the administrative court, what happens to the companies when we have a look and we have the fundament of the Convention 190, even if it's not starting into force, it started in the year 2021, then what we said, what would happen? And when we had some sectors from the companies that said, this Convention 190, it's not into force yet, so you cannot oblige me to use the application of this convention. So just a short time ago, we had the confirmation of the current officer from the Court of Administrative Topics that it's a fundamental human right. So the application supports this application immediately. It enhances the rights and it enhances the conditions. So we have a decision from the court at the end of April where we don't have the enter into force from the convention, but when it started to get into force, we start to instrumentalize all the mechanisms of outreach, of diffusion of the convention through the social actors, through the repetition of the tripartite coexistence with the Article 155 of the convention to have the security and health in the work environment. So we need to raise the commitment to assess the social and psychological risks. All of this given to the work inspection, and it helps us to have a law 1854. It's from the year 2019, and it allows us so that the work inspection can go into the workspaces and to listen to workers without consider the identity of the person which is making a complaint. That person is not going to be in the folder. It's only a testimony, an anonymous testimony, and it can help us today to have an important proof to protect fundamental rights in the working space. We don't have yet a law, a regulatory law of the Convention 190. We have 3 bills which are in the parliament currently being discussed, and we apply them without having the law. We apply with this battery of norms that we have beforehand and with the text of the convention. We only quote the convention, and we also facilitate the complaints of workers. We have the Secretary of State that have a whole system of anonymous complaint system. You can make it in a presential way as well on site, but through the website you can do it. We collect the complaints in a different way, so we receive more complaints having this online system, having the access to the homepage through the phone, through a computer, so you can do your complaints easily. The worker can do the complaints and facilitates the interaction. So you don't have to travel to the closest office. You can get out of the working space. A lot of times people are afraid or they have no possibility to reach the office. So having this system functioning allows us and allows the worker to take the decision of having a formal complaint. How do we address the harassment and the violence in the working space? We are working the topic of the illegal trafficking. And we are working with the Organization of Migrations to talk about illegal trafficking of people. Not only harassment, we are working all those topics together. We are bundling those topics. We have migration, most of them coming from Venezuela. So we have a lot of control of this topic, and we are trying to receive all these complaints of migrants that are suffering abuse of this Convention 190. What do? We are overseeing. We are addressing the general law of violence, and we receive the support of this law of sexual harassment because it has a exact proceeding, an exact protocol. So we have a bundle of measures of expecting protocols, the protection of the psychophysical ambient of the victim, to have workshops. Is the first resolution of the working inspection. If they have a look of the company, then directly they establish the expectation of fulfilling the measures in order to prevent damages to the research and investigation. And they have to fulfill, even though they haven't been comproved, they always need to be fulfilled as a preventive dimension, because we have the Convention 190, eradicate and fight the violence in the working space. Even though it hasn't been approved, we expect the protocols to be fulfilled. They can be applied to all workers. A lot of companies, what they do is just to have copy-paste, to have a certain protocol that can be complied or not, but this is not good enough. And then they send it through email. That's not good enough for us to have a proper protocol. The protocol needs to imply the CEOs and imply all the different dimensions, especially if they don't imply the CEOs. So if we have a manager level, it needs to be implied. We need to imply also the notification to all the workers. All the workers should have a copy. Not only have a copy, they also need to be trained in this topic. They need to know where to complain, how to complain, which tools do I have, which are the deadlines, what's gonna happen with the proofs. They need to collect the proof. So it's very important. What's the role of the work inspection? What happens in a legal level? All this information needs to be in this position, in campaigns, in workshops, in training sessions. We have an institution, it's an organization from the state, which is built up in a tripartite way, where the three sectors make financial contributions, and we have specialized classes about the Convention of 190 so that the company can implement these protocols. In the public sector, we are working on this topic as well. We link the public institutions, and we expect the public institutions to have protocols, to have workshops, to have training sessions, a whole policy of awareness about this topic. And that's very, very important. It's also important in a level of collective negotiation in a tripartite way, because the awareness of the three sectors is very important, so that the complaints will be coming through the union. The worker goes to the union, to the leader of the union, and this leader of the union joins the complaint of the worker all the time. And it is very important, as I was mentioning, the clauses. The clauses which are being negotiated in a tripartite collective way are the triggers for the future, because those clauses gonna ensure the fulfillment of the convention. So the teaching is important. We have some clause about the gender. We also have domestic services and a lot of activities which are committed and engaged. The Central Union has a unit of gender that works with all these topics in order to train the workers and how to complain in the ministry, how to have an efficient proof to convince the court. How can I convince them? The auditing and the overseeing from the Ministry of Work, Ministry of Labor, as a first measure is very critical. When they receive the complaint, is have a resolution for a news of the company. Then the inspectors go to the company, which are specialized in the topic. We don't only have lawyers, we also have psychologists in order to address the different topics, and they realize questions to the company, and they address the obstruction of the company. So they take the workers to a right place to have an interview. Consistent means without any cell phone, any cameras. If the inspector realizes that in the place are cameras or that the interview is not being able to be fulfilled, they take measures. We take measures of environment control. We take measures for all the workers to go to the ministry to complain. Those environment controls are, where do we do the interview? In the resting areas of the company, like in the casino, the eating place, where we need to ensure that there are no cameras, no microphones, on behalf of the inspectors to inspect or oversee or check the place, to not have any camera and microphones. There we're gonna have the interviews with a random number of interview, and the inspector need to be safeguarded, and also the worker needs to be safeguarded without names, so it's anonymous. And if I receive the interviews and the proof, I don't know the name of the witnesses, of the people that are interviewed. This is something secret which remains in the area of the inspectors, and they only gonna tell the name of the worker if there is a legal problem, if there is a formal ask from the attorney. If not, this witness and this interview is going to be anonymous, and it's the best guarantee. The different parties can contribute with proofs in order to have a proper protocol. This protocol is to see a right proceeding with the proof, and also have some witnesses, and also have recordings, all types of different technological helps. We have abuse in the technologies of communication. We have spaces of abuse, of violence. If we have WhatsApp, if we send intimate videos of workers into the WhatsApp group of the company, for instance, we have a lot of work. We have a lot of violence because we have companies coming from abroad, from the European Union. Their workers should be already trained, because there we also have a space of violence against our female workers in the borders that we have, and also in the rigs that we use, and in the sector of constructions. The tripartite committee, they work about these topics, and we try to correct them with prevention and also with sanctions. the inspections, if they can check that there happens violent behaviors, then we have sanctions, and those sanctions are substantial to workers and to other actors as well. And if we have vulnerations of union freedom, then the sanction is against the whole company, not only in the violence of the Convention 190, but sometimes in some complaints, we can have several vulnerations or attacks about different rights, and we treat them as such. The policy of diffusion of outreach is key. And another policy which happens in some companies is if we have the preventive action, if they take some measures to stop the situation of violence, and we separate the people from the violence environment, so if they do not work together, we can get some positive results. But also we apply some measures of controlling. So every 6 months, the controlling agent will inform us. It's not an information that coming from the company. It's an information that comes through third parties, technical information that comes from third parties, studies of the labor climate in the company in order to know if that behavior has stopped. And also in the application, we have a new decree in the inspection of labor, where we have this new decree in order to accelerate the proceedings. Due to the volume of complaints, we have a new proceedings to have a quicker response, to have a timely actions, to be more agile, and tackle the problem immediately. When they come to the inspection, then we receive the complaint, and then we have the resolution, and then the worker already lost his working position. And so that's why we try to accelerate our response. And in order to finish, I would like to mention that we establish a protocol, a training session, and then we fulfill the convention. It's also a daily effort where we have companies that we have a repetition of the act of violence, and then what we try is to see if it's the same person that's committing the crime, committing the violence. If we have
sometimes that way we can kind of tie together and be able to verify if in 2 to 3 years it is happening again, that same act in the company or even with the same people. I am here for whatever you might need and for any questions as well. And thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you. Thank you so much, Maria Luján, for sharing the experience from Uruguay, a pioneer in the 190 agreement. And we see it's very proactive in the sense of the being able to apply it. Now we will approve the audio with Gaida Reese. We'll see if it works now. If we could adjust the time of the presentations for 10 minutes so that we can respect the schedule of this conference. Can you do that, Kaida? Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. We can hear you. You have word. I really want to thank the Ministry of Work of Chile for this invitation, for this effort that they are making. I want to welcome the name of the Confederation of the Workers of America, SSA, It's very important at a Latin American level that we're representing 53 international organizations of 21 countries, and we represent more than 55,000 workers in the region, within which we also want to say hello to the people from the Unitary Workers Union of Chile, which are affiliated to our organization. As far as this workshop, this seminar that we are invited to be able to look at this dynamic as far as a workspace without violence and harassment, and in the ratification of Agreement 190 regarding how we can, organizations, syndicates, unions, call out to that attention for governments so that they can know about this Agreement 190 and help to be able to work for its implementation. We consider that there has been a strong presence and a contribution so that this can be achieved in the 108 conferences in the Geneva Convention that we debated regarding this agreement, and we could intervene, giving emblematic experiences from the beginning of the discussion of this agreement. From this movement, our colleagues from the union movement have worked in the elaboration of reports, blue, sending the surveys to the government. And this has really been fundamental for us to bring about, to be able to understand that all the ratifications in the Agreement 190 in this region, in the American region, are results of a syndicate movement and alliance with other social movements to be able to promote that the governments of the Americans can ratify this agreement. And these syndicates movements, especially the women ones from the Americas, they recognize that the ratification of this agreement 190 is not going to close or finish the battle, and that we do need a presence of syndicates and all the allies, all of those involved around the world in the workspace to be able to assure that the agreement is applied correctly, but especially not just an application that is adequate, but also to really have a context and a definition of violence and harassment in the workspace as part of a work environment that is with health and security and safety. We have talked about the building of a dialogue with representatives of governments, allies, government political parties, and how to establish these policies to prevent, but also to combat and remedy everything that has to do with violence, harassment in the workspace. Also maintaining meetings with the Ministry of Work, the Ministry of Women, and also others that are similar, to take into consideration that the topic of harassment and the violence in the workspace implicates a relationship that is interministerial, taking into account the different stakeholders to implement all the benefits with the ratification of the Agreement 190, and also finding the tools, the necessary tools for a correct implementation that will assure and guarantee those rights for workers. And it's very important to focus this topic, and although it's true that there is an impact that's differentiated in how the topic of harassment and violence is more directed to women, with all of the intersectionalities that have been mentioned, of from indigenous immigrants, for the young public, this agreement is able to umbrella all of these things for workers and of all types, men and women. And we need to highlight the importance that we have in generating this as far as policies with the correct representatives that are leading this topic to strengthen this conversation. On the other side, strengthen this work coordinating sectorially with different international mediums and also different stakeholders. In all different instances, from CSA, where we have the opportunity or possibility to meet with authorities of different governments, we reinforce for the work that they do, thus national syndicates, the central, over the ratification of this convenience 190. And we're looking at these countries that have already been ratified. This year, we had a meeting with the President Lula from Brazil, with the President Luis Avinel from the Dominican Republic, from Honduras, as some of the cases in which we have been accompanying the centralization of these countries. We think that at a national level, it is very important for these states to be able to have this legislation, national legislation that are articulated over this topic, adapted to the situation of their own territories, and that they take into account these articles of these agreements, of these recommendations as an initiative to be able to reach to our workers, men and women, whether it's informal, going against the patriarchal norms, with the objective of achieving that eradication and finishing with discrimination and being able to have equality. We consider that this evidence, we still need a lot, but there's a lack of evidence. And in each of our countries in the Americas, especially regarding violence and harassment in the workspace, we need to have it in a glossary by sexes and per sector in economic scenes and situations, especially when we're talking about vulnerable groups. This is one of the big challenges that we found for our governments, for all types of governments, especially for those that are leading companies, corporations, even some that don't really support for the ratification or that wants to reject the implementation and recommendations for 206. So we understand that it's very important that the states are entities that are fundamental to promote these public policies so that we can prevent, heal, and remedy any type of discrimination against working class and women in its totality. Another of the challenges that is fundamental to achieve that appropriation of everyone regarding the agendas of gender that are still considered by many as a task that is only for and from women, more so than a group effort as an organization. In this way, we can transform the culture, organizational structure, and eradicate all types of discriminatory acts connected to with this intersectionality that we mentioned, whether it's ethno-racial, territorial, sexual orientation, gender, appearance, physical conditions, as well as religious beliefs or political beliefs. For CSA, it's very important to talk about these instances in three pillars as far as the formation, organization, and communication, of which we consider that is fundamental to be able to evidence in the work facing this agreement 190. Now, to talk about this paper that we need to talk about in the tripartism, in this Convention 190, we consider that tripartism is present in all of the development of the national policies as far as materials, whether violence or harassment in the workspace, whether it's a general level of the social dialogue or also the application of the policies in the workspace, in the world of work in general, the international norms assigns a role to the collective negotiation, given that it elevates it to that mechanism of implementation for the convention, whether it's that it can be applied for a collective, as it is indicated by Article 12, but the simple reading of the National Convention, we demonstrate the level of tripartism at the different levels of planning and application and control of policies towards violence and harassment. It's been from this beginning of the planning in Article 8.2 of this convention, we recognize that the states should consult the organizations of employers and workers to identify the sectors, the roles, and the modalities of work in which the workers, or sometimes other people, are more exposed to violence and harassment. Given that in a second stage of prevention, the convention also brings us to see this participation of the organizations for workers that establishes that all members should support within the representative organization a focus that is inclusive, integrated, that has to take into account the considerations of gender to be able to prevent and eliminate the violence and harassment in the workspace. Finally, for us, it is very important to establish that as far as the control, the application of the Convention 190, it should be an objective, the memories that the governments present to the OIT, whether as many other countries in Latin America have done in 2024 and 2025, but especially articulating these spaces of dialogue spaces, articulating public policies that can be implemented in the diverse sectors around the world in different workspaces, and to generate a real space of implementation of these public policies, whether it's at a governmental level or a private level, and being able to generate that interaction that is interinstitutional to be able to have a real design, national design, and even regional, taking into consideration the implications within this topic over the Convention of 190 in our region. I want to thank again the invitation for this space, and I also am open to any type of question or doubt that you might have in this space. And I will want, and also thank you to the governments of Chile to be able to generate the space. Thank you. Thank you, Gaida, for sharing your experience. Very synthetic and detailed. Thank you. Now we give the word to Kimberly Sordon, Director of Multilateral Subjects from the Ministry of Canada, from the Ministry of Work of Canada.
Good morning from Canada, and good afternoon to those of you in the room. I hope everybody can hear me okay. Great. Okay, I think perfect. Thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to the government of Chile for organizing this session. I'm delighted to be here today to share Canada's experience in ratifying the ILO-Convention 190, which was ratified by the Government of Canada in January of this year. As Ambassador Gort noted during the opening remarks of this session, we're proud of the leadership role that the Government of Canada and Canadian social partners played during the negotiation process that led to the adoption of Convention 190 in 2019. Canadians not only held the role of chair and worker vice chair of the ILO standard setting committee that negotiated the convention, but Canadian government officials, workers, and employer representatives also participated actively in the negotiation itself. The development and adoption of Convention 190 was a multi-year and challenging process, but having input from and eventual support of governments, workers, and employers from around the world contributes to the convention's authoritative nature. Social dialogue was instrumental in the success of this endeavor. And we took the same approach in Canada on the domestic front. If we look back, even prior to the negotiation of Convention 190 in 2016, at the outset of this initiative, a Canadian legal scholar wrote a report commissioned by the ILO in which she identified the need for an overarching ILO convention to address workplace violence. This report identified from the start the need to adopt a gender-sensitive lens in policies addressing this issue, and the report informed the subsequent work of the ILO, which eventually led to the adoption of Convention 190. In parallel, Canada was also working on developing domestic policies on this matter. In 2018, the federal government passed legislation aimed to strengthen the framework to prevent and address violence and harassment at work in federally regulated private and public sector workplaces. It's noteworthy that some elements of this legislation were used as a model for certain elements of Convention 190 as it was negotiated at the ILO. There was also broad support across Canada for the ratification of Convention 190, where key Canadian labour and employer organizations were both strongly supportive of Canada ratifying the convention and doing so as early as possible. The Minister of Labour and our ministry received over 1,500 letters from Canadians urging Canada to ratify the convention at the earliest opportunity. Not surprisingly, following the ILO's adoption of Convention 190, ratification became a priority for the Government of Canada, and we started the process towards ratification almost immediately. It was and is our firm belief that no one should face violence and harassment in the workplace, and that everyone deserves to be treated with dignity and respect at work. Regarding Canada's approach towards ratification of Convention 190 itself, it was a fairly complex and lengthy process. As a federated state, each of Canada's 14 governments at the federal, provincial, and territorial level has exclusive authority to legislate with respect to labor matters within its own jurisdiction. So the first thing we did was to engage the provinces and territories in our work towards ratification of Convention 190. One important consideration as well is that when considering possible ratification of an ILO convention within Canada, our preferred approach is to do most of the implementation work upfront. And what I mean by this is that before ratifying ILO Convention 190, the federal, provincial, and territorial governments all undertook technical clause-by-clause reviews of the provisions of the convention so that we could assess the extent to which our existing domestic labor and employment, occupational health and safety, human rights, and criminal laws, regulations, policies, and programs met the requirements of the convention. We also identified whether there were any gaps in compliance or barriers to ratification, and we identified ways to address any gaps that might exist. And when needed, we sought clarification on elements of the convention directly from the ILO during this technical review process. The results of this review suggested that overall, Canada was already in substantial compliance with the key provisions of the convention. This was a long process that took several years, but it was an invaluable one, since by the time Canada ratified Convention 190 earlier this year, we'd already consulted very broadly and done the work to make sure that we met the key requirements of the convention. Canada's social partners were instrumental in the process towards ratification, and their contribution started well before our work towards ratification began. They were supportive of the government's intention to ratify at every step of the way. They spoke publicly and often about the importance of Convention 190 itself and why it was important for Canada to ratify the convention. For example, in February 2020, when we were in the process of considering ratification, Canadian worker and employer representatives presented alongside the ILO to all 14 federal, provincial, and territorial ministers responsible for labor in Canada on the importance of the convention and to press for Canada's ratification as early as possible. Also, in April of this year, the Canadian Labour Congress presented the results of a survey they worked on with a Canadian university to federal, provincial, and territorial ministers that clearly showed across Canada violence and harassment at work remains a reality. A majority of respondents to the survey had experienced some form of harassment and violence at work. The research also showed the disproportionate impacts of harassment and violence on women and gender diverse workers and those who face multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination. So clearly, more work needs to be done. Additionally, in June 2023, on the margins of the International Labour Congress in Geneva, Canada and Chile co-hosted an armchair discussion entitled C190 and Ending Violence and Harassment at Work, It's Everyone's Responsibility. In this event, Canadian worker and employer representatives alongside representatives from Chile, South Africa, and the Philippines, all highlighted the importance of the convention and their continued collective commitment towards its implementation. In terms of next steps, Canada remains strongly committed to keeping the conversation going, both at home and abroad, on violence and harassment. Our engagement does not end with ratification, and in fact, it's stronger than ever. On the international stage, we'll continue to promote the ratification of Convention 190 at every possible opportunity, including by hosting or participating in panels such as this one to highlight the importance of the convention and draw attention to the importance of addressing violence and harassment at work. The Government of Canada will continue to work in collaboration with provinces and territories to report periodically to the ILO on how Canada is implementing this convention. Our worker and employer representatives will also continue to be key partners at every step. We'll look to them for valuable insight and guidance as we continue to develop and review our laws and policies to better address violent harassment at work and to try to ensure violence and harassment-free workplaces for all. Finally, from a federal perspective, we will continue to implement our violence and harassment framework and to fund interesting initiatives on violence and harassment in the workplace. And on this note, I will pass the floor to my colleague, Duncan Shaw, who will tell us more about Canada's practical application of Convention 190 in the federal workplace. Duncan, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Great. So I think I've just shared the presentation. I'm hoping you see that. Can somebody give me okay, wonderful. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. So good afternoon, and thanks for this opportunity to talk about Canada's implementation of the ILO Convention 190 and our workplace harassment and violence prevention regulations. So I'm Duncan Shaw, and I'm the Senior Director of Occupational Health and Safety with the Labour Program in the Ministry of Employment and Social Development Canada. The Labour Program's mandate is to promote safe, healthy, fair, and inclusive work conditions and cooperative workplace relations for federally regulated workplaces. In Canada, we have 3 levels of government, and in the federal government, we are responsible for occupational health and safety for employees and employers in industries and sectors such as air, rail, marine, transportation, banking, telecommunications, and broadcasting, oil and gas, and First Nations. So back in 2016, as Kim mentioned, the Government of Canada committed to taking action to ensure that federal workplaces were free from harassment and violence. At that time, we consulted with Canadians on how harassment violence, including sexual harassment and sexual violence, was being treated under the existing legal framework for federally regulated workplaces, and how the framework could be strengthened and improved. To address the issues raised in these consultations, as Kim mentioned, the Government of Canada took action to prevent workplace harassment and violence in federally regulated workplaces, including in parliamentary workplaces, with changes to the Canada Labour Code and the introduction of the Workplace Harassment and Violence Prevention Regulations in January 1st, 2021. When it comes, oh no, I should move the presentation here. Oh, sorry. Right, so in the consultations, we used many methods of outreach, including the establishment of a roundtable of experts, parliamentary committees, surveys, tripartite working groups, and also online public consultations. Ultimately, as we developed the legislation and the regulations to support the new harassment and violence prevention regime, the stakeholders had the opportunity to voice concerns, ask questions, and suggest changes. They also contributed to the development of tools, resources, and training and documents to support the implementation of the regulations. So what exactly did we hear? Our consultations went from 2016 to 2018, and in the online survey, it was interesting that women provided 89% of the feedback, and parliamentary committee hearings were heard hundreds of witnesses. From these consultations, what did we hear? Well, we heard that the previous legal framework was fragmented and did not address the full spectrum of harassment and violence occurrences. Many workplaces had inadequate policies on harassment and violence prevention, and many employees had never received training on existing policies. Greater clarification and clear timelines were required concerning when the resolution process is considered complete. And employees in parliamentary workplaces in particular did not have the same protections as other federally regulated workplaces. So what did we do? Well, To address the issues raised in these consultations, the Government of Canada created one single regime that would deal with a full spectrum of reprehensible behaviors ranging from teasing and bullying to sexual harassment and physical violence. We address domestic or violent or family violence where it occurs in the workplace or in the home where a work from home agreement is in place with the employer. The regime also requires employers to respond, record, and report harassment and violence and support employees affected by them. The regulations also restrict health and safety workplace committees from participating in investigations related to an occurrence of harassment and violence in the workplace. This is in order to maintain confidentiality for those involved in the occurrence, but still enables the committees or representatives the chance to prevent future occurrences. And then lastly, we extended all occupational health and safety provisions under the Canada Labour Code to the parliamentary workplaces, so to our Senate and our House of Commons. Crucial to these new regulatory provisions are the fact that they are founded in a number of key objectives. So we highlighted the importance of prevention in order to try and reduce the number of occurrences of harassment and violence in the workplace. We acknowledged the continuum of behaviors that qualify as harassment and violence. So we supported the concept of a continuum of inappropriate behaviors. All forms of harassment and violence were captured, including but not limited to bullying, physical, sexual, and psychological abuse. We also created predictable timeframes for resolution. So in order to support all parties and minimize negative impacts on the physical and virtual workplace in federally regulated public and private sectors, we made sure there were clear timelines, and I'll get to that in a sec. And we also emphasized the importance of privacy and confidentiality. So in order to make sure that we encourage those who have experienced or witnessed harassment and violence in the workplace to actually come forward. So the next slide is on key changes. So this is the articulation of what key changes we made. First, we added to the legislation, to the Canada Labour Code, a new definition of harassment and violence, which was any action, conduct, or comment, including of a sexual nature, that can reasonably be expected to cause offense, humiliation, or other physical or psychological injury or illness to an employee. Note that while the definition of harassment and violence is provided in the code, the definition is broad and does not define inappropriate behaviors to ensure that we do not deter stakeholders from coming forward on occurrences that they believe are harassment and violence. We amended the Canada Labour Code to explicitly include the prevention of harassment and violence, both physical and psychological injuries and illnesses. So this is the first time that we recognized psychological injuries in the code. We also established clear timelines for occurrences of harassment and violence, with 7 days to respond to a notice of occurrence, 45 days to start a process of negotiated resolution, and 1 year to resolve occurrences. Employers are also required to provide greater supports for affected employees, including information on locally available medical, psychological, and other support services, and ensure all employees receive harassment and violence prevention training. So that's both managers and employees all have to have harassment and violence prevention training under the Canada Labour Code. So if we go to the next slide, Canada established 2 tripartite working groups comprised of government, labor, and employer representatives to pursue the support of our implementation of the new regulations. So these 2 working groups jointly developed a roster of investigators to have a public roster that employers could use to investigate cases of harassment and violence. And they also developed documents, tools, guidance, resources to assist with interpreting various aspects of the new harassment and violence regulations, and tellingly also significant training. The working groups met monthly or over a course of about 18 months to be able to complete all this guidance material and the roster of investigators. So in terms of what tools we developed, We had an interpretations, policies, and guidelines document that really goes through all of the different aspects of the regulations. And I should just mention that all of these tools are online, so we can certainly share this document with the different links afterwards. So there was a major guidance document, and then we had a workplace harassment and violence prevention awareness posters. We had a sample harassment and violence prevention policy, also a policy user guide. We did a sample workplace risk assessment for harassment and violence, and then a notice of occurrence template so that employers could use to be able to respond to a notice of occurrence of harassment or violence, and then a sample monthly status update and a final monthly status update letter to the principal party, the complainant, and the responding parties. So a whole bunch of different practical tools for employers and employees to be able to actually comply with the regulations. Next, we established in 2019 a harassment and violence prevention outreach hub. So this was established to support employers and employees in navigating their rights and obligations under the new legal framework and the regulations. So this included a 1-800 number, and it's supported by 6 early resolution officers who have received specific training on helping callers navigate the harassment and violence provisions under the code and the regulations. And they also identify educational tools and direct callers to supports in their regions. The resolution officers also focus on supporting employees and employers in their efforts to prevent incidents of harassment and violence, respond effectively to these incidents when they occur, and then support victims and employers. That hub gets about 1,500 calls per year. So it's been a very useful tool in the context of implementing our regulations. Slide 10, we have our Workplace Harassment and Violence Prevention Fund. So in 2019, we established a fund with contribution agreements in order to prevent harassment and violence in federally regulated workplaces and promote culture change through co-developed sector-specific and culturally sensitive tools, training, and resources for funded organizations. So we allocate 3.5 million Canadian annually under this program. Since its inception, the fund has supported 14 multi-year projects across Canada with a wide range of sectors like marine, trucking, banking, telecommunications, railway, and air transportation, as well as workplaces in Indigenous communities. The aim of these projects is to reduce harassment and violence in the workplace and promote culture change. So some of the initiatives under this fund were a 2022 national survey on workplace harassment and violence in Canada, a website with tools and resources to prevent workplace sexual harassment and violence, paying particular attention to the needs of vulnerable and precarious workers, and also culturally sensitive training and a practical toolkit on harassment and violence developed from an Indigenous perspective. With that, let's look at some of the successes under the regulations. We have had many successes over the course of the creation and implementation of this regime. One of them was the addition of domestic or family violence provisions, when it occurs in the workplace or in the home where a person has a work from home agreement. We did major investments in training. So the Canadian School of the Public Service developed 3 online training modules so that all the Government of Canada employees were able to take harassment and violence prevention training. So this included one module for employees and then another module for managers. We also worked very closely with an independent organization called the Canadian Center for Occupational Health and Safety for a broader public, and so they developed a lot of extra tools and general information on harassment and violence, including videos and special documents on bullying in the workplace, domestic violence, and harassment and violence prevention. So last slide is about lessons learned. In terms of lessons learned, as we implemented these regulations, we found that we needed to clarify the expectations for those who called our harassment and violence prevention hub. Clients often expected that the government would investigate the specifics of their reported occurrence and make a determination if the allegations of harassment are actually justified. And that's not what the regulations do. They more specify the process to be used. We continue to develop educational activities now in order to raise awareness and inform employers and employees of options on how to undertake the resolution process in the workplace. So that's a key piece we're still working on. When resolution is not achieved through the negotiated resolution process, there are also two other additional options that a complainant can consider, conciliation or investigation. And what we found is that conciliation is only used in about 7% of occurrences. So we really want to try to publicize some of those other possible ways to come to resolution. Lastly, we learned that deadlines in the resolution process should account for organizational capacity. Because in Canada, we've got, as in other countries, we've got many small, medium-sized organizations and also Indigenous communities that don't have as much capacity to meet the deadlines of our process. So moving forward, we will continue to keep working with employer and employee representatives to prevent and eradicate harassment and violence in the workplace where possible. We'll continue to meet commitments of the ILO-Convention 190 and ensure that the laws, policies, and programs meet international standards to address harassment and violence in the workplace. And lastly, we are committed to reviewing the harassment and violence prevention regime every 5 years. So in 2026, we will evaluate the successes of the regime and then, maybe more importantly, identify areas for improvement. And that's about it. So I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Duncan. Really, the experience is really impressive because of the diverse channels that you've used and that flow in a unique way, and it reflects a interdisciplinary work, and it's very integrated. We will now give way to Lourdes Cardona, the official of human rights for the Organization of Employees. Can you hear us, Lourdes? Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Yes, sure. The microphone is yours. Thank you. Very good morning to everyone. Maybe good afternoon in Chile. The first thing is that I want to do a welcome to the Ministry of Chile, of course. It's very important for the international organizations. Thank you for inviting us to participate in looking at this vision of the employer. Today, I'm proud to represent the organizations that is the most representative in the world. Currently, they represent more than 150 members, and they also impulse globally political subjects and employment. To begin, and before beginning, I do want to welcome all of the panelists that have been speaking and people who are visiting presentially or virtually, focusing specifically over the questions that were made in the forum. First of all, I will refer towards the implementation of the Convention 190, and that's where I want to reinforce the introduction words that was made by the CPC of the role of the companies and organizations, where we clearly promote and we are committed for the no violence and no harassment in any of its ways, whether it's direct or indirect. And that's why our call is to promote people to adapt, that you can implement these policies and measures, zero tolerance for violence and harassment, to be able to create a safe work environment. With that small introduction, I want to begin that and to say that we have found different reports and different studies. Violence and harassment in the workplace is a very persistent responsibility that we have to take on, that faces companies around the world today. And in the last years, we've seen public debate regarding the different practices. And what we have seen is that the companies are facing this in a proactive way as far as violence and harassment. And obviously, this is translated to adequate policies and practices in the workspace. In this sense, I want to reinforce and focus one of the answers of the questions of how to effectively make way for Convention 190. We've already mentioned it by a lot of colleagues, but I do want to reinforce this aspect that we require a group effort, and this calls out a collective action for workers, employers, and all of the people in between. In order to be able to have this correctly implemented, we need for the states to be a solid base, very clear as far as the protection and answers in order to prevent and eliminate violence and harassment at work. On the other side, I want to refer to the membering states that have ratified Conventions 144, the tripartism, and they want to understand tripartism questions, whether in the first phase and afterwards. Once this has been complied with, all of these processes for consulting, they should promote laws that are useful as a support, making sure that there is a real humanization as far as the international framework, but especially achieving the articulation as far as the state side in such a way that we can establish responsibilities for each of the stakeholders in the work world that should be proactive and complying with ways to be able to have a safe workspace with dignity and respect for all. Specifically, I want to refer to the tripartism that the role that this plays at an international level. First of all, it's very important to mention that the Convention 109 of the IoT is that it's not only for the countries that have already ratified it, but also for those countries that have not ratified it. And now that this is done easily in the agenda of the discussion of the different countries. I do want to refer specifically and put as an example of an implementation of 190 that there is a good practice of putting in the center of the exercise of social dialogue. And through this exercise, I want to refer to lines of action that are very important and very valuable to be able to help with these spaces. First of all, states should listen to the employer and employee, listening to its challenges in this topic. And starting from that, we can work on solutions together, looking at these realities. Obviously, working in integral policies that can help against the violence and harassment at work. And as we establish it, we want to go deeper as far as the investigation of domestic violence. As a third point, the strengthening of skills for leaders as far as training programs. Especially, we require the assigning of resources in the state to be able to give appropriate answers for the elimination of violence and harassment in the work field. As the fourth element, it is important in order to achieve the success of these norms, we need to recognize the importance of social dialogue and include it in the workplace in order to improve efficiency, prevent violence and harassment in the workplace. Finally, and just to summarize everything that I've said before, it is important to translate and look at the vision of these employers, especially when they are establishing their policies regarding violence and harassment in the workplace. Not only is it to establish these policies as is, but also it should be reflected in other policies, the code of conduct and practices in all of the organization, with the implementation that is integrated, inclusive, and systematical. And for example, I can really quickly put some examples that I've saved from a regional level. Some companies already include it.
For suppliers, already human rights principle for the workers to treat them with dignity, to address the equality of opportunities in the workspace. We have seen good practices where the national legal regulation establishes that they need to assess the risks in the working space in order to eliminate or mitigate them as much as possible, and incorporate process in the company to have a proper treatment of the working violence. This has to be a systematic work, including revision and checking in order to allow the company to have a proper risk control and also a proper treatment of the violence. In order to wrap up my presentation, I would like to retrench the role of our company organizations. We are key stakeholders of the states in order to prevent and eliminate the violence and the harassment in working spaces. And we recognize the important progress in employers and employees has been doing in this social dialogue of their members in a regional and global level in the different sectors. And in order to finish, Lucia, it's important to recognize those successful strategies to support workers. And what we do need is that if all the interested parties in the work world is to make these collective actions to minimize the violence, we're gonna value this common effort to have these workspaces free of violence and harassment. So if you have any questions, I'm here to answer. And if not, thank you very much for your attention. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much to share the important social role and the social dialogue in this perspective. Finally, we would like to give the floor to the voice of the SME. I'm here. Hello, good afternoon to everyone. I'm the only presenter here inside, so I would like to greet my colleagues on in this digital level. I would like to be brief because it's time to wrap up and we're all hungry and tired. So I would just like to greet on behalf of the SMEs, and I would like to let you know that the SMEs unions, we think that the ratification of the Convention 190 is a very, very big step to seeking the dignity of the workers of the world. It has been a very difficult process with very risky maneuvers, and we already have not respected a lot of conventions. So this aspect is a big achievement. But it is very important what we're going to do now. Now that the ratification is here, the collective work is important of all the actors which are part of this convention in order to establish structures that will allow us to minimize and mitigate and prevent and eradicate the violent behaviors in the working spaces. That's why, on behalf of the unions of the SMEs that I represent, I would like to value and to highlight the tripartism that luckily in this occasion it has been considered in this dialogue, because usually the SMEs are not taking part in the important discussions. But we are a very, very substantial actor. From the lady with a little grocery store in the neighborhood, we are 98% of all the companies of our country. That means that we have a direct relationship with our workers. The bigger companies, usually they have a vertical chain and hierarchy, but in the SMEs, we have a direct relationship with our workers, which gives us a certain familiarity with them, a certain near relationship, but it doesn't save us from violence. not even from the perspective between employers and employees, but also the violence between between workers of a same company. So for us as SMEs, it's very important the topic of the education. We need that this topic of the risk management and the danger between the relationship or toxic relationship between mates and workers needs to be addressed. We need to be educated on behalf of the government and on behalf of the involucrated parties in order to know that there are risk assessment that is being normalized. What I see from my mates and what I see in the world of the SMEs. That's why I would like to clarify and to say thank to having us here, giving our opinion, because we as SMEs have our representatives and are organized as well. On the other hand, I would like to talk about something essential that we have for men and women, but in this gender perspective, we should take into consideration that the women are much more affected than men, and we are not taking into consideration the sexual diversities which are discriminated since the recruitment for a certain job until the salaries of a certain job. So we are not going to leave this topic apart. The sexual minorities, they also have a big physical, psychological impact of violence. That's why we want and we need to generate tools in order to have a certain addressing of this toxic relationship. And a long time we spend on the work. That's why we need to address it. So we have this convergence of the SMEs, and we're open to be participants in the structural discussions about the necessary measures in order to have the Convention 190 to have an applicability for the big companies, for the SMEs, and finally, we will be able to eradicate violence of our working space. That's it. Thank you very much.
The experience that they've shared with us as far as the Convention 190, the challenges that it is taking on, it really represents, or it makes us think about what are the efficiencies that we can design when we are implementing this Convention 190. But we see that it's not alone, that we also want to generate the mechanism for efficiency this has been repeated in the panelists. The focus of social dialogue, tripartism, we look for the efforts to channelize them, to be able to give power to the negotiation in the collective conversation, whether it's corporate matters or social matters. And in this sense, experience is very valuable for us as a country. And today, we want to thank all of the panelists. We also will have a program, a moment of debate or conversation. We didn't have time today. Everybody that is present can write down their questions so that we can answer them. And those who want to have the PowerPoints can also write down their names so that we can send them to you. So now we want to thank the panelists. We give way for the closing words, the closing remarks for the Ministry of Gender. Oh, she's not here? No, she's okay. So you, all right, come. She will be replaced. Well, I am replacing the Ministry of Women. But we would like to thank Lucia Planet. For us, we're very proud to be able to have her presence in this seminar. As a great lawyer, academic, she is studied in the University of Chile, and also has studied a master's in social and work security. So we also want to have a big applause for Lucia, who was our moderator. And just to close this day, we want to say, since this is characterized because of its tripartism, we want to give way to Pablo Vovich Concha, who is the General Manager of the Confederation of Commerce and the Production of Chile, CPC, so that he can give us some words. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. Now I'm actually a general legal manager. I'm not at the ministry yet, but I'm almost there. So I just want to thank this space that we've had to be able to listen to experiences from other countries, national experiences, and just congratulate this event. We want to congratulate, it's part of the dialogue and the comprehension of the amplitude and the challenge that this means for Chile in this case, and the implementation of the Convention 190. We have some brief ideas. We believe that it's been very repeated, but we know that we need to say it again, especially as the corporate sector. We do not tolerate, it is not acceptable in any way or form, any type of violence or harassment within any type of people, especially in this case, women. Any type is not accepted, whether it's a discussion. And in the debates that we had in Geneva, the participation that we had as an employee sector, we were also repeating this constantly. Finally, the challenge was how to do this, because the what is clear, it's the how is the challenge, depending on the size of the company and the sector that is being developed. And especially because violence in Chile, and I also see in Latin America and other countries, is a very deep subject and cultural subject that we don't always perceive, and that it is very necessary to visibilize to be able to fight against this violence. We can imagine sometimes violence has many expressions and shows itself in many ways, and it's necessary to talk about it. I have done campaigns, I've seen campaigns on TV, and each of the campaigns of the medical school of doctors to avoid violence, acts of violence, because there are a lot of important acts of violence, especially in the medical fields. And we've seen a lot of campaigns and materials of violence as for people who are dating, boyfriend and girlfriend situations. And the efforts that we've made, for example, during the pandemic and COVID-19, when in 2020 we had a convention with the Ministry of Women that gave way to a workspace, and they generated some practical guides for companies regarding how to combat the violence against women at work. And so we generated a mechanism, a tool. This tool, we were looking at it last week in an activity that was directed for syndicates and union workers, and expressing what are the protocols, the correct routes and ways that we see possible to be able to alert that these situations are not, that they cannot be tolerated, they have to be visibilized, and they have to be given a social way. And sometimes companies, we don't notice certain acts of violence. Certain acts of violence are sometimes normalized, and it turns out that violence for those that is suffering violence is a really big problem, and for organizations as well. One can see it from a point of view of a colder point of view. If women or if people that are working in their workspaces or even home office, it's very important for it to be productive, especially in matters of innovation. And that's fundamental, and it is irreplaceable with social dialogue. We have to speak, generate spaces, being aware, and generate protocols, and have help with different mechanisms and tools. I believe that the situations are very particular, and it's important for spaces to give way to this. One can, and in Chile, we're having a debate as far as the implementation that started from the labor market, and now we are being represented by the subcommittee. And the idea of this space is to converse about the particularities in construction and mining, in agriculture and commerce, in banking and industries, especially in the north, center, south of the countries, in different types of sizes of companies, because the differences really make it special. We have to have the minimum standards and to build it together. And we have to keep looking at the particularities in each case. Finally, this requires a group effort. Workers, employees we have a challenge that we have to face and work together on, but we also require a dialogue, this tripartism of active work from the state, because at the end, we will have a lot of spaces that are not traditional, that don't have to do with establishment, that don't have to do with workspaces. They have to do with things that happen on the route to. So how do we help everyone and also incorporate specialized organisms that can accompany us with a culture that and a strategy that and a learning that to see how we can prevent situations that can alter the human rights?
I only would like to repeat the commitment on behalf of the companies. With this convention, we will be in all the roundtables and all the negotiation in the regions in Santiago, seeking the visibilization of the complex situations, and we should not tolerate any violent behavior, and to make sure that this should be a way of ensure a social progress for the workers, for the society, for the companies and everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you very much to Pablo Bovic for his words. And now we would like to give the floor to Don David Acuña. He's the president of the Unitary Workers Union. I will like to be very, very brief. It's very difficult for a union leader. It's very interesting for everyone to stay to the end. Usually we start very full and then we finish up empty. But this is a very interesting topic for everyone. Some concept I would like to share when I heard the presentations and also the different intervention this morning. When we talk about gender violence, I do agree what the SMEs are stating. It's not only women, not only men, but also the diversity. World is changing and cultural changes are key. We have to talk about all types of discrimination. That's why this convention is broad when it talks about gender. It doesn't talk about the specific gender. It's the gender as a broad concept. So this is something we need to be aware of. If we talk about gender, we always think about the ladies, but it's not only the ladies, the companions. It's also the sexual diversity. They receive a whole lot of discrimination, and this is something that needs to be changed. We need to change it through the social dialogue. The social dialogue is key. We have been building this with social dialogue. We have building this chatting. We have building this separating one thing from another. And we need to bring all the visions into it, from the big companies and also the SMEs, and the role of the state as an employer. The state is also an employer. And in this kind of forums, this is where the government is different to the state, because the governments, they keep passing and the state remains. So they also need to have one key role, and they need to be present regarding the implementation. And then the other thing is the union organization. Our organization, they need to incorporate in our negotiation clauses of gender of policies of health and safety on the working place, to have the right approach about gender violence and right processes, fair processes. The example of Canada, very interesting, incorporating the domestic violence when you're developing your work in the domestic environment. Why is this so important? Because we have a lot of digital work. We have a conciliation law. We do not agree with that law, because to work in a digital way is not a solution for family life. We have a co-responsibility that has to be effective for women and for men. So the men also have to take this co-responsibility in the homes, in the household. And we need to foster the education and the training to have real changes. That's also something very important. From Canada, we have Marcelo from Foreign Affairs. It's important to know their reality in Canada in a tripartite way, because to know the reality, we needed the presentation of the Canadian workers. So we need to have a broad vision about everything. With Pablo, we discuss a lot of things, and here we can discuss the traveling time. Maybe we cannot control the journey to the working space, but the companies can control that they don't leave the work in the night due to the security topics that we have right now in the country. In the trade area, in the commerce area, we have these demands. All of this stated is the general base of cultural change. We need to promote cultural change, and we need to progress the cultural change with social dialogue, recognizing ourselves and understanding ourselves, and understanding how we can forecast the future and project the future. We need to stop worrying. We need to occupy ourselves. We are talking with the employers, but we still need to deepen the changes, and we need a social dialogue that needs to be bounding. And we need to ensure that how the state and the government will be part of the conversation as an employer. The state as an employer needs to be and needs to take part of these conversations. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you so much. With this, we would like to conclude this seminar. We would like to invite you to have a cup of coffee and to eat some pastries outside. Thank you for your assistance. Thanks to all the attendees and to all the speakers, to all the panelists who are online. Thank you so much. We will see each other again in the future.